And so it begins. Well, good year, everyone. I'm very tired from the holidays and from a very eventful New Year's Eve party. My voice is killing me slightly. Either I'm sick or I went too hard on the karaoke. I'm going for the second one. So we are back. And today I'm going to be taking a look at a portion of the manosphere that I still haven't touched yet. I believe it is a slur. The people who've been conscripted to singleness, that were forced to have dry genitals, who remain virtuous in their virginal states. The I words. People who cannot find a girlfriend often against their will. They wish they could, they can't. So we'll take some time with that, but we'll also look at some other things. And I want to talk a little bit about some mental health stuff too, which I haven't done much considering I teach psychology. Not getting into mental health yet. We're kind of due to talk a little bit about that, but it's less fun. So I'm gonna go light on that subject today. Yeah, my voice is it's a bit rough, but you know, I noticed because my voice has been extinguished. We call it a voice extinguishment in French. I don't know if there's an equivalent in English, where you have trouble speaking in any other way than your normal voice, which is kind of what I'm doing right now. And I noticed that I tend to modulate my voice a lot when I speak, especially when I speak to my dogs, with a very high-pitched voice, sometimes for comedic effect, but today it's gonna be a bit rough. Like if I try to speak in a high-pitched voice, it's not going great. So that's fine, though. That's fine. We'll still survive. All right, so let's get to it. So the first thing I wanted to look at today are the I words, the people who are celibate against their will. It's a phenomenon that has picked up in popularity, if I could say as much, in the last 5-6 years, something along that line. And one of the questions that we need to ask ourselves is, well, what exactly is going on here? Is this a case of, how could I say, a new phenomenon or something that's always existed? And to better understand this, we're going to go qualitative first. We'll take a small look at the lived experience of someone who is a I word. So let's get to it. It's magic. So here we have a simple Quora post. Very simple stuff. Someone who explains why they decided to join the incel movement. We're going to have actual videos, not just text today, thankfully. My voice is already pretty bad as is. So we have the subjective experience of someone who is an I word. We're going to assume that, excuse me, already we're off to a bad start. Going to assume that whatever this person is saying is, as far as he is aware, truthful. It's his lived experience. Obviously, his subjectiveness will be part of his post. No denying that. All of us are victims to our own perspectives. It's still going to be the case here. But we're also going to be taking a look at some statistics and see, well, is there truth to the idea that this whole incel movement is, a real problem? And I've been speaking somewhat frequently of an epidemic of male loneliness. But is that actually true? Do we actually have an epidemic of male being single chronically and being socially isolated from others? So let's start. Okay, so suppose you're a regular dude, or not a dudette. You've grown up trying to do what you think you're meant to do. You aren't necessarily perfect, nor the smartest or the fastest or the strongest. I mean, you can be the best at everything, so that's fine. But you grew up trying to do your studies and follow advice and being careful about drinking and smoking. If you had partied more, maybe you would not be single anymore. But I don't know. It's still healthy habits, and all those things your parents tell you to not to do. Maybe you had pretty, maybe religious fundamentalist parents. That wouldn't help. And oh, actually, in the book The Game, which I'm reading right now, about pickup artists, some of the wannabe pickup artists in these books were from a very religiously oppressive families. Like, not only were the parents deeply religious, but they were very explicit about how bad it is to be sexually promiscuous. So this is something that comes up again and again. Being from a religious, very conservative background when it comes to their sexuality. All right, so, and that seems to be the case here too. I would not be surprised if statistically involuntary singleness, really trying to dance around the world. I'm just gonna say I word. The I word are more likely to be from a conservative background statistically. I would not be surprised, but we don't really have those numbers. It's a reasonable hypothesis, however. Everyone's telling you how great the future is going to be. Oh, they lied. The future sucks. If you just keep doing that and you trust them because they are people you trust. Parents kind of wing it. As you grow up coming from school into college, you start to notice that something's wrong. Oh no, your friends are suddenly meeting girls, talking about them, going out with them. Some of them might claim to have had sex in college. It's pretty common. But you know guys lie about that all the time. Real quick, the average age of losing your virginity in the US, I think it's around 16. Oh, 17. Yeah. It's a bit higher now than it was with the boomers. This generation is one of the least promiscuous one we've had in a hot minute. So I don't think that's bad either to wait a bit before losing your virginity. Most of us have lost our virginity too early, at a point where we weren't necessarily emotionally ready for what the sexual experience is. So 17, so end of high school, beginning of college is pretty typical. So you just keep going. You start to get nervous and go to those same people you trust and say you're getting nervous. And already you're nervous about not having sex when you're starting college. It's fine. It's okay to not have sex in college. It's okay also to have sex in college. It's fine. But I will share some of my lived experience. I also used to feel kind of anxious and nervous about not being more sexually active. I was also very focused on my studies during my bachelor degree. And with hindsight, with some 15 years behind my back, that was kind of ridiculous. That was a dumb feeling to have, to be nervous about that. Like, sex is not that special. And it's not gonna hurt you in the long run if you don't have sex early in your life. You're gonna be fine. Even if you lose your virginity at 40 or something. Sex is not complicated. Sex is relatively easy with a good partner. A partner that's good at communicating. You'll be fine. You'll be fine if you have few sexual experiences. I'd say it's important to experience relationships, both with friends and with a romantic partner, because it helps you out understand what you will want later in life, what's actually good for you. And your relationships, when you're in college, they're gonna fail. Like in high school, they're very likely to fail. You're very much building yourself. You're evolving a lot. You're not your personality, but your interest, what you want in life, that's not set in stone. That's very, very far from being set in stone. So your relationships in college are not going to, necessarily move into a long-term marriage or a relationship that will lead to building a family. Don't worry about it if you're single in college. Try and get into relationships. And It's fine. It's more than fine if they fail. So, our I word is nervous about not meeting, talking, and sexing girls. Time passes, things start to get trickier. People start moving out, and those with girlfriends have access to shared housing, which you don't. That's very true. More than anything, being in a relationship saves money. It's economically positive for you. So when you move out, when college is done, if you're single, it can be a bit rough. Moving back with your parent is, in my opinion, totally acceptable. I mean, I did it at the end of my bachelor and when I finished my master's degree. It's fine. It makes a lot of sense. You've got to deal the cards you're dealt. Deal with the cards you're dealt. And the economy's fucked. It was fucked then and it's more fucked now. So wouldn't blame anyone. Like the idea of moving back with your parent as a sign that you're not doing well and you're a loser, that's really harmful. There's no reason to think that way. Like you can't just get an apartment for $200 and a job that'll pay 6 figures right out of college. That's not going to happen, which sucks. It's not just that you don't have a girlfriend, it's that everyone, the women included, doesn't see you as someone who ever would. No, you're projecting. You're presuming that other people think very poorly of you when it's you. You're the one that believes that and you think that other people do. Think of it that way. Before you became an I word, how many of your relatives did you look at and think, oh, this person is not someone that will ever find a partner? Now that you're in an I word, you've drank the Kool-Aid and you think that, yeah, it's really difficult if you're not tall, handsome, 6'4", 6-figure salary, whatever. But put yourself back in high school or in college. Did you see a ton of people that were like, oh yeah, this person is going to stay single forever? Very fringe case, like horribly deformed people will have a lot of trouble, or people who are clearly socially maladjusted and that you don't believe that it'll change much. I know some people that are that way, who socially are very fringe, and you think, yeah, that person is going to stay single their entire life. And joke's on me, they haven't. I've met and interacted in real life with a ton of people who were not put on a good path to be able to find a partner. I'll be very polite. And they tend to be in very unstable relationships, but they're able to find partners. There's a lot of people who are lonely, who are in weird situations out there. It's not that hard to find someone, depending on your standards. So the idea that, yeah, you're unworthy of a relationship, excuse me, it's that's your perspective. That's not everybody else's. Like, we're gonna be looking later at some I word content, and I don't know if we're gonna do it, but interviews on the industry, talking to girls and women, and trying to, get them to, oh, what do you think this person's worth? Or would you date this person? And most of the time they'll say no, because you wouldn't date most people anyway. But if you ask someone in the street, oh, do you think this person will never find a girlfriend? People are going to say, oh, no, it's fine. I wouldn't date that person. But yeah, that person is probably going to be able to find someone. Again, it's not that hard to find a partner. The economy is making it worse. But if you're young, yeah, it's hard. It's true. I don't disagree that when you're young, early 20s, it's hard to find a romantic partner, especially one that you will want to spend a long time with. So, clearly, that something is really, really wrong. Chances are, no, there's probably nothing wrong. You're just in an awkward position. You're not just in an awkward position anymore. You're dramatically out of step with society. Let's actually break this a little bit. How common is it to be single? The younger you are, the more likely it's going to be. So let's take a look at some numbers in 2020. And these numbers are going to look really bad. They're going to make me look like, oh, actually, the incels are, the I words are right. I'm going to cut it in post, I guess. The I words are correct. Look at how many single men there are. So we take a small look. Adults who are single. This was in 2020. Again. Men, 18 to 29. 51% of them are single. That's a lot. That's very much a lot. And amongst women, 32%. Oh, that's also a lot. But there's a gap there. 19%. That's significant. That's something. So you're dramatically out of step with society. No. 51%. Your experience is typical. You're in your 20s, you're single, yep. That's what most people are seeing. Literally, 51%. So, okay. That's not necessarily a good sign that 51% of people are single. But are 51% of people I words? No, it's still a very small community. And we'll contextualize that number soon. Okay. At the same time, the modern media, let's keep that in mind. Oh, the modern media. Okay, modern media. It's something wrong with the modern media. Is pumping you full of negative images. Random men with women in the top 10% of 1% or attractiveness. Right. No, I shouldn't speak too much about people misspeaking, because especially to them, doing it a lot. Whatever. So they're talking about the modern sitcom image of the schlubby guy having a really hot girlfriend, or many of the Adam Sandler movies. He tends to have a very hot wife as a partner. So it's not modern media is I wouldn't call these depiction of couples in media as modern. It's early 2000s, so 20 years ago, but whatever. It's something you've seen as a kid, and somehow it made sense to you. Comedies with actively stupid and inferior men having constantly established and unbreakable relationships. The Simpsons, anyone? I mean, early on in The Simpsons, they were showing some struggle in the relationship between Homer and Marge often, but you gotta have a status quo in a show like The Simpsons. Manic Pixie Dream Girls who find a guy just like you and change his life for the better. We haven't seen that much. The whole finding a guy like you and change his life for the better in anime, yeah, anime. There's a lot of that harem anime. Maybe you're into anime, yep. So again, if you looked at anime and thought, oh, this man with 6 really hot young women all being weirdly in love with him, but never actually, doing anything, because that would break the show's premise. I hate harem anime. Which earns all the tropes up to 11. And are your genre divided to both? Well, if you thought the harem animes were like in any way representative of real life, you're insanely naive. Like anyone, most people that will watch harem anime will do so and think it's ridiculous, because it kind of is. And of course, as per Ace Grunchkin's answers, you hear about Henry. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. This feels very boomerish to me. With the whole modern media. And by modern media, I mean everybody loves Raymond. So, where were we? Okay. Ace Grushkin. Oh, it's another Quora post. Whoops. Okay, never mind. I thought it was some character in a sitcom somewhere. Moving on. So you complain, and what do those same people start to say? That there are no guarantees, but they never mentioned that before. Well, you're kind of entitled. Of course there's no guarantees. It's like, are there guarantees that you will have friends and that people will love you and that you'll have a job and a loving family. No, of course not. Some of these you have to work for. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. Did, did you think you were owed a girlfriend? That's a bad look, but okay. That you just need to put yourself out there when you've already done that. Did you? What's your version of putting yourself out there? Well, I went to a party once. Oh, did you mingle? A little bit. How did you present yourself? How did you try and find common grounds with the, I assume, women you were talking to? What do you mean exactly putting yourself out there? I mean, it's pretty common, something you see often, but it's kind of generic. You know, there's a lot of way you can do it wrong. Social situations are difficult. Worse yet, some even tell you you're entitled. Well, yeah. I mean, you're contradicting yourself pretty hard. There are no guarantees. And they even tell you you're entitled. If no, you're not entitled. No. You're not born with a ticket for a girlfriend. Getting a girlfriend is something you work towards. Same with women. Women also have to work to get a boyfriend and get a good one. Creating a relationship is actually difficult. It's something that you may struggle with. But if it's something you want to have, the struggle is worth it. The struggle is not that intense. Which has the implication that a woman would only go out with you under duress. Okay, what? This guy's all over the place. Like, no. No. If someone says you're entitled, it's because you have to put in the work. You might have to better yourself. I don't know this person's situation. He might have been a trash fire of a human being. Maybe he might also have been a totally normal dude. We don't really know. It's something I said in a previous video. Used to be, if you were a man and you made money, decent money, yeah, that's all you needed. You have a job, a safe job, you're a provider, that's good enough. Because women couldn't open bank accounts, couldn't find a well-paying job because women working. Could you believe that? But now, well, no, you're not. You're not entitled to finding a wife because you're able to provide for her. You need more. And what you need to bring is not some weird arcane magic, right? You just need to show that you share values, and you actually do. Don't fake that. You have matching personalities, and you have similar interests, and you have similar goals in lives. And there's a minimal threshold of attraction. You don't need to be a 10 just to be a passing grade for that person. So now, a woman would, yeah, if you don't meet their standards, yeah, I guess they would go with you under duress. Have you seen women out there? Their standards are not high. You feel rejected. You feel betrayed by the people you trusted. I mean, they're just telling you the truth. Maybe if you're talking about your parents who might have been very very skittish about relationships earlier in your life. Yeah. I mean, of course your parents are going to tell you not to drink, smoke, and party, but if they were better parents, they would have told you these things are fine. Make sure you don't abuse them. It's a better outlook, but whatever. You feel that all things you did, which were probably represented as the moral choices, were lies. That morality is worthless. Okay, we're off the deep end already. Yeah, if your takeout from having been chronically single in college is that morality is worthless, this is some deep-seated shit right there. Like, I was mostly single for college. And I met my current girlfriend later when I started working. At no point did it even cross my mind that, oh, the fact that I'm single mean that even though I clearly did everything right, I did the moral choices. Well, morality is a lie. Why do you assume that you did the right things? You can just go with a consequentialist point of view. You took some choices and it led to bad outcomes, according to you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that these might not have been the right choices? Maybe they were. It's possible that you made the right choices and you got unlucky. That's a thing. That's a thing that happens, for sure. If your conclusion is no, morality is bullshit, like, okay, you're unable to self-improve. That's what you're getting at here, right? I did something, didn't work out. It means that the concept of morality is wrong. No, look inwards a little bit, right? Look, oh, what did I do? Whatever. Maybe I could do that in a different way. Maybe it wasn't the right time. Maybe it wasn't the right environment. Did you think that? Maybe the college you went to didn't have a particularly strong dating scene. It's possible, certainly possible. Maybe what you wanted out of life, and most of the women there, that's not what they wanted. Is that possible? Yeah, yes. One of the reasons I'm with my girlfriend, it was easy to be with my girlfriend to start a relationship, is, well, we were in the same place in life, we had similar lived experience, we had similar values, we worked in the same field. The match was made in heaven. Kind of. It's not perfect, obviously. No relationship is. But yeah, it was a good environment to meet someone who would be a good match. You're still getting older. Well, yeah, times move forward. And the consequences are starting to sink in. Yeah, it's fine if you haven't dated in college. It's very fine. It's, again, 51% of male 18 to 29 are single. Yeah, most people aren't dating. If you have married brothers, maybe your parents are starting to think that marriage. Marriage again. Yeah, you have an outdated view of what relationships are. Marriages are out. They're gone. They're done. No, but the idea that you need to find someone and form a lifelong partnership with them early in your life, that's a very toxic way to think about relationship. This makes a lot of relationships fated to fail. Again, you're figuring yourself out. You're constructing who you are still. It's something that happens a lot in high school, but in college, in college you find yourself. That is something you do. And being in a relationship helps you with that. You were supposed, while you were in college, to introspect. You were supposed to look at what you're doing and wonder, is this what I want? Is this the right thing to do? But that's not what happened, according to you. What happened is, during college, instead of introspecting, you rejected morality. Because it couldn't be you that was wrong. No, it has to be something else. Maybe your parents are starting to think that you don't need any of the inheritance. What kind of parents do you have? Because you need to make a home and you can carry on the line. What in the 1700s is this? Okay, in 2023, how many parents will tell you, I hope my kid also has kids because the bloodline needs to live on? What? No, that's a really, really weird and fringe thing to believe. Parents today worry, amongst other things, that their kids will have a livable future. Me and my girlfriend, we're looking to have kids. A kid, that's enough. And we're kind of asking ourselves, um, is it really a good idea to bring a kid into this world that's kind of fucked? Well, yeah, I think it's worth it. He'll figure it out. We'll help him out. But yeah, he needs to carry the bloodline. You're unworthy of inheritance if you're not married. What kind of parents do you have? I mean, I don't want to be all Freudian on this, but yeah, it seems that your problems are coming from your parents. Your parents are fucked, my friend. You're blaming society at large, but it seems like your parents have pretty vintage points of view. When you're sick, you'll be alone. Oh yeah, no socialized healthcare. Sorry, dude. When you're old, you'll be alone. Yeah, that's also sad. But again, you're out of college. You're in your mid-20s. When you're old, you'll be alone. Like, you're not done. You've barely started your life. I've barely started my life, and I'm in my mid-30s. It's a very fatalistic point of view, right? And then you find them, and they'll tell you were right. And you were supposed to grow from the experience. You were supposed to look at this and say, oh, how could I have done things different? No, but now you find people who say, yeah, you're right. You're right. Don't introspect. Yep, you're right. It's not you. You're not the problem. It's not your parents. Nope. It's society. It's women. Oh, it sure is women who are the problem. You're fucked. Yeah, and now you're fucked. Maybe before, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, you would have felt lonely. And what do? Well, you feel lonely, so you go to a bar, you get pissed drunk, you meet some other girl, get pissed drunk, and she fucks you, and you get over it. Kind of rough. They don't say you're entitled. According to this, you are very entitled. They say, yes, you're right, you were betrayed. Yep. You're done. You're not gonna get out of this. You were already ready to reject the concept of morality, and now you found an infinite void of people willing to confirm your beliefs. You're stuck. He's not gonna leave. He needs like some kind of life-changing event. Women never liked guys like you, but they and the rest of society didn't want to admit it. I mean, according to this, you're a piece of shit. So you're a man who's unable to improve. So yeah, maybe we don't like you indeed. It's you. You're the problem. It's not your body. It's your personality. And maybe your parents. Parenting. I don't know them. Maybe they're very nice people. It's not what I'm getting here. Society doesn't really want Henry, I guess that's you, to be the guy who succeeds. But since they can't arrange that without locking women in chastity belts and arranging their marriages, just ignore it and staying in denial. Oh, are you actually saying that I miss the good old day when women were forced to be in relationships? Now, this sentence makes a lot of sense. It's the implication that they all would only go out with you under duress. It's what they want. Or it's put in that post to be just like, oh, I'm just like throwing this out there, ha ha ha. But actually, I really, I want that. Yeah, please. Yep. Yep. Also, obviously, doesn't need to be said. Locking women in chastity belts and arranging marriages was a very bad practice for everyone involved. It was extremely bad for the women. It was bad for the men too. All those people who just repeat the same advice you've always heard, You didn't listen! They either know the truth and can't admit it or never noticed it because they never had that problem. Again, after trying, you assume that morality is wrong, that making good choices is not worthwhile. You're the problem. There's really no better advice, and they're only repeating it because the truth is there isn't anything you can do. They're repeating it because it's the truth. Like, the advices you got were truthful, and they were repeating it because they were truthful. If they changed their advices, then it means their previous advices or their current advices are wrong. When I look at pickup artists, they say a ton of really weird shit about how to pick up women. And I, big brain, always say the same thing. It's why I can't write a book on picking up women. It would be 1 page. Because that's correct. It's the truth. Good social skills. Be well groomed. Try to cultivate meaningful relationships, not to have necessarily sex with the person. It's not difficult. No, it's not true. It's simple. It can be difficult to do. I'm not going to tell you, oh, actually, I've got some new tech, because there is no new tech. What you needed to do to find a match was simple. The advices are simple, and they're simple to give. Doing them is difficult. Doing them requires you to improve, not to reject morality. It's not a hopeful thing to hear, but it's comforting. Someone understands. Yep. I agree. You're a victim to the addiction cycle. You feel bad about yourself. You find something that alleviates your suffering. Oh, I feel bad because I'm single. Well, the people online are telling me that I'm right. Oh, now I feel better. So I'm going to keep listening to them. And as you keep listening to them, you stay single and you get more desperate that you'll never find a girlfriend. So what do? You turn to the people who makes you feel better. The incel, the I words. I did mess up. Who will comfort you and tell you you're right and make you feel better and smart. So you listen to them more and you'll be even more desperately single. You're fucked unless you break that cycle. And you don't have the introspection to break that cycle. Therapy is what you need. Yeah. It's that simple. So that's the lived experience of someone who is an I word. It's they're really painting themselves as the victim when well, the nicest way to put it is they could do better. And if we're gonna be nice to this person, they might have tried really hard, right, to get a girlfriend and they weren't able to do it. They tried so hard. They really put themselves out there. Trying to do stuff isn't good enough. You need to improve at these things. And that might be where this person failed. It's like, I have this guitar over there. I'm good at it. I'm really good at guitar. Why am I good at guitar? Well, I played a lot. That's how you get good at things, by doing them. But if I just randomly scratch at the guitar for like 15 minutes a day every day, with no direction, just blah, 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 doing whatever, I'm going to get a little bit better. I'm not going to be able to play a song. I'm not going to be able to impress anyone. Not that I play guitar to do that, because, don't do that. Play for yourself, whatever. But it's by looking at what I'm doing and think, okay, maybe I'm doing this thing wrong. Let me try. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna try this song I've never tried. Oh, wait, what? That's a pinch harmonic. What? How do I do it? Oh, that sounds wrong. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna check some lessons on it. Oh, okay. Maybe I need to do. It sounds okay. Okay, I'll try to put it in a riff somewhere. And I look at what I'm doing, and I try to find ways to get better at the things I'm doing. I don't just do them. I introspect. I look at what I'm trying to do and trying to find out a way to be more efficient, way to be better at it. And that's what I'm not seeing here. Trying, I have no doubt he tried. You don't become this desperate because you never tried at all. He might have given up too early. He tried. Was able to look at what he was doing and think, oh, I think I did that wrong. Oh yeah, that's why this girl wasn't interested in me. And try and go with what could I do to get better, and not just say, oh, it's because I'm short. Oh, it's because I have some pimple on my nose or whatever. It's because I don't have a square jaw, whatever. No, did you take a look at what you were doing and think, yeah, and maybe get some, advices from other who are better. That might be something that would have helped too. If someone just said, "Oh, just be yourself. Oh, just be yourself. Oh, just be yourself. That just be funny, dude." And you're like, "Oh, I'm not very comfortable doing that, and I don't think I'm funny, right?" That person might not have been the right person to allow you to improve or to help you improve. It's still on you, but having someone who can look at what you're doing and be like, yeah, I don't think that's the right approach. Yeah, when you said that, you came out as kind of creepy, have an honest discussion about how you're coming across and how you could come across better. That could help. That could be a bit more specific, but most people aren't that good at giving very detailed feedback about your behaviors. Again, therapists would have helped. And therapists cost money, so you were probably a poor college student, so I'm not blaming you for not getting one back then. Not that that really crosses your mind at that age anyway. And yeah. And it's kind of pernicious, right? Because let's say this man was like, I think when I'm interacting with women, I'm doing it wrong. I need to get better at it. What would he have found online? Pickup artists. So yeah, maybe, you know what? I have some sympathy here. Maybe this guy was fucked from the get-go. Not because he's ugly, not because he's a weird freak, but because he got weird parents with weird conservative view, like very conservative view, like too conservative. Give me a second, I'll be right back. We are back. I just got a package. So now, after this, I'm gonna set up some lighting and things will look better. But coming back here, as I was saying, this person might have been fucked from the get-go. Hold on. Okay, no, it's fine. I'm getting some weird. Oh no, okay, never mind. Streaming is weird. So, what I was getting at, this person might have been fucked from the get-go. His parents don't seem great. They seem to be very regressive, especially with their point of view of marriage. Like, oh, you can't get your inheritance because you're not married. That's weird. My parents would never say something like that. Like, if I was single my entire life, yeah, I'd get my cut of the inheritance, of course. Like, what? It's about helping your kids, not about promoting the bloodline. That's weird in all kinds of ways. Okay, so maybe not great parents. He didn't have much money in college, so there's really no good ways to get the professional help he needed. If the only thing his friends said was, oh, you just need to be yourself, just go out there, be funny. I mean, it's not wrong, but he might have needed something more specific, something more adapted to his needs. Maybe the college had a counselor he could have used. Maybe someone more professionally trained. Again, maybe the college you went to wasn't that great. Now, 2023, long distance learning is a lot more common, so might be harder now. I don't think. You see, this guy seems old. This seems to be in the past. But yeah, he might have been fucked and he didn't stand much of a chance. However, it was not because he was the wrong kind of person. It might be because he wasn't given enough tools to be able to introspect and get better. Part of that is going to be his personality too. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. I look at these and yeah, they seem like despicable human beings, but they didn't get. It was a collection of events and lived experience that led to this. It wasn't like one time he said, you know what, I'm gonna be misogynistic. I'm gonna start hating women. I'm gonna start to be a literal bad person. No, it was a progressive thing. And reading from this, like he took really bad lessons and from his influences. Like he's complaining that sitcoms and anime is unrealistic. Like what? What happened there? Yeah, of course. You're an adult. You know this. But okay, so that's the one example of the lived experience of an I word. But what's the word? Chronic loneliness, or is that a problem? Right? 51% of men are single. That's a ton. That's a ton. And a lot of I words will blame modern culture for this, especially dating apps, right? And I agree, dating app sucks. Tinder sucks. I don't like it. Finding a match it's way better to do in person. If you're trying to find a match on Tinder, you're really trying to find a needle in a haystack. You're gonna meet someone for a date and it's not gonna click because of course it's not gonna. It's very unlikely to click on a date with a random Tinder person. Even if you share some preliminary, shallow information about each other, yeah, it's not much. It's not enough to be able to establish a baseline, right? However, we have to ask ourselves: is the whole incel problem new? Did the world change so that now we have more single people? This is from 2020, 3 years ago. 4 now. Ooh. Let's look at 40 years ago, 44. So this is a census from 1980 in America, the only country that matters. So we have numbers for the year 1980 and 1970. Okay, so do we think that in 1970 and in 1980 we had 50% of male under the age of 30 who were single? That seems too low to me, right? It feels like in the 70s and the 80s, yeah, you could get a girlfriend like that. No problem at all. We're not going to have the breakdown exactly 1829, but let's take a look. Is it 8 or 7? We're going to find it. Ah, yes. Persons living alone by Zoom. I'll move. Actually, I'll hide myself. Goodbye. Wait, I'll hide that too. There we go. So we have here 1980s. I'm sad I'm not here anymore. Okay. 1980s. Singleness under 25 for men, 13%. Okay. And for adults 25 to 34, 28%. Okay, so we've got a single rate of 20%. In the 70s, same thing. Well, not exactly the same thing. It was lower in the 70s. It feels pretty obvious that back in those days, we were pushed to marry earlier. Makes sense. Okay, well, it seems that yes, that whole 50% is new. However, the fact that it rose from generation, not related to modern dating apps. There was already a strong tendency, 15% in 1970, 28% in 1980, for men to be single. We had a 13% rise in singleness for men in 10 years. And, you know, the dating scene hadn't changed much, but values had. Now, marriage wasn't as promoted. It wasn't seen as important to be in a relationship. Okay, well, but I'm now right back. Poof. We can just use 1980 for our needs. But okay, so yeah, the incels were right. There's way more single people, right? 50% of men versus at best 28. That's a 23-point swing. Aha, so there is an epidemic of male loneliness. It got almost twice as worse. Now, let me tell you why that's bullshit. Well, why that's not the complete picture. We're staying here. 28% of men are single, 25 to 35, versus 11% of women. Wow, women are finding dates, no problem. That's a 17-point swing. Now, what was the point swing now between men and women? In less than 30. Again, the ages unfortunately doesn't quite match, but it's mostly fine. 17-point swing for 25 to 34. It's a 19-point swing. Mostly the same. Mind you, I picked the largest point swing here. Like the under 25 is smaller, that's true. But a 2-point difference, that's small. That's a small gap compared to now. We have more single people, not just more single men. That number has risen almost as much for women. It's not because men are getting left behind more now. More people are staying single because it makes more sense, according to the environment. In 1980, did people focus on their studies as much? Did they focus on college as much? Oh, probably not. They started working earlier. So they started trying to form a family earlier. Now, people in their 20s, they're not trying to start families. Of course not. You're not stable enough. You're still trying to get your career started. In 1980, well, it was way easier to start your career. So, more people started relationship. It's where they were ready in their lives at that point. Now, people in their 20s are not ready to start long-term relationships. And that's why it's higher for both sexes. And again, a 19% swing is something, right? It sucks for those 19% of men who are single. It's because you're young. It's gonna change pretty quick as your goals in life evolve. And if you look here, in the 30 to 50 range, the 19-point gap is now only 8. It shrank by a lot. And furthermore, you can see that when you go to much older age, 65 and plus, now the rate of single women is much higher than single men. Partly because men tend to die younger, because we have more dangerous jobs. Still, not as much as before, but still. And of course, older women are seen as less desirable. It's harder to date if you're a widow, a woman widow, than if you're a man widow. It's weird. It's the same word in English. Well, French is superior, of course, of course. Yeah, so this whole epidemic of singleness, no, it's the same. I mean, it's the same too for all ages. So we don't actually have a new problem of too many single people. However, we definitely have a problem of single people going online and getting other people to tell them that no, you've been fed lies, my friend. You weren't. People in the 1980s, they weren't fed lies. Again, I'm gonna remove myself. Boop. Looking at this 1970s, big gap. Still for men and women. 10-point gap, 7-point gap. There's always been a gap between men and women when it comes to dating. It used to be smaller because people were hastened in their decisions to start a family because they didn't have to focus so much on their career, especially women. Again, now, you could argue, and I would argue, that now the gap between women and men should be smaller because women are focusing way more on studying in their career than in the 1980s, right? Now you need that to survive. You're not living off a single income household. So you think that that number would be way higher. But it's not. It's remaining stable. The gap is remaining stable through the ages. Again, I'm not saying that's good. I wish everybody would be able to find a match and be happy. It's not like some new phenomena. It's not. So, that took longer than I thought, almost an hour. I talk too much, but sky is blue. So we can get rid of those and we'll take a look at actual videos now. Great. So here is a channel called Wheat Waffle. Maybe it's a way to get more search results when people are looking for waffles and they accidentally find your I-word channel. Doubt it. That's conspirational. But this is a I-word channel who focuses a lot on women being wrong. I say with a very large parenthesis. And it's about men going their own way. So we've got a lot of content. Obviously, we're not going to be looking at a ton of it. But yeah, there's a lot of doomerism. Like, oh yeah, the West's inevitable collapse. Well, here, it's kind of positive. Ways to make the ultimate Chad. Like, yeah, the high value male. It's lies, it's evil. Do not approach me. Like, the future is dark. It's very negative. Like, you don't go on this channel for self-improvement, right? You go to this channel to be like, oh yeah, I'm right. Yeah, these women. Yeah, it's because of them that the West is collapsing. Yeah. You can already see it. It's just a preview, and it's like, oh yeah. The top 10% of men is getting 90%. Yeah, that bullshit again. And that's why society is collapsing, because these damn women, you know? Yeah, I agree. That's some brain rot. So, let's actually take a look at one of these videos. Oh, wait, give me a second. Which one was it? No. But then again, we could look at any of them. Oh, the simp epidemic. Oh, they seem fun to look at, though. What's a nice one? Actually, let's just go for the most recent one. The Great Exodus.
Oh, hi. I'm Steve Bloom.
That's Steve Bloom. Wow, I never saw him before. Thanks. All right. Close caption. And we're going to go at 1.25. Okay, let's go. So, let's see what this very rational human has to say about men and women.
In the last video that in every Western country, marriage rates are at an all-time low. This
So is religiousness, so that makes sense.
shows the general trend that less people are taking dating and settling down as seriously as they had been in previous generations. It's a matter
Yes, we're focusing more on our careers because the economy doesn't allow us to just, start a family young. So that makes sense.
of fact, if you're watching this video over 21 years old, if this was 60 years ago, there's a good chance you'd already be married by now and with a kid already on the way. Wow.
Yes, the socioeconomic situation was different. I agree. Yes.
Have times changed. I also said in the last video that one of the main
Thank you,
reasons
Ronald
for this
Reagan.
is because of women's refusal to settle for guys who are on their
Of
level.
course.
In other words, women are walking away from dating in mass.
The only way that these work is because you need to stop living in reality for this point of view to work. People date at their level. They date people who are similar to them. They date people who are, how would I say, in their age ranges. The most common predictor of how could I say that? Of shared character, not shared characters. Shared characteristics between partners is the most common predictor of if they're gonna be in a relationship. People of similar heights are together. People of similar weights are together. People of similar perceived beauty are together. The idea that, yeah, women who are 9 and 10, women who are trees, they just date chads or 10. No. And actually, I'd have to look at some old social psychology textbook, but people who are of, let's say, average beauty, right? Using the 10-point scale, they're 5 out of 10, okay? When judging other people who are considered 5 out of 10s, they will judge them as more beautiful than, they will over-evaluate their beauty. They will not say, that person's 5 out of 10, yeah, he's a 5. They'll overestimate it and say that, oh, that person's a 7. And when looking at an 8 out of 10, they'll say, that's an 8. And the 2, that's a 2. We see people who are similar to us, of a similar level of beauty, as more attractive than they are. Because, thank you, probably evolution, we see us as having more of a chance. It's more likely that I can get into a relationship. Like, if you're a guy that's average, you're nothing special, were you going for the really, really hot chicks in high school? No, you looked at the mid chicks and you were like, oh, yeah, I kind of think she's cute in a really, in her own unique way. That tends to be how it works.
However, what this video will be about is the extremely important male side of the matter.
Of course,
Everyone
we're
knows
focusing
it's
on the
just
male.
tango, and it doesn't take a genius to figure out, as a man trying to date today,
A bit faster.
things
Oh, wait.
are a lot harder. Dating is more competitive and worse in pretty much every way compared to how it was 50 years ago. So, with good reason,
It's later. No. I mean, I agree Tinder sucks. But yeah, it's not the only dating thing that you can use.
a lot of men have packed their bags and decided the juice simply isn't worth the squeeze. So, in this video, I'm going to be highlighting all of these reasons for how dating today may
It just like we saw with the I-word post, the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
worth the squeeze.
You're talking about self-improvement. If you're making yourself better to date a woman and it doesn't work, guess what? You still got better. If I play this guitar and I don't get a gig, which why would I? I still got better at it. That improvement it's 90% of the reason you're doing stuff. Like if I'm trying a new recipe, I'm trying to bake a chocolate cake, and it turns out just okay. It was the first time I did that recipe. I got better at doing it. I'm now a better cook. Again, I teach social psychology class amongst others. Students, very dumbly, but I feel their pain. They focus on the result, right? What grade did I get? And I can't blame them. You need a certain grade to get into a good school. So you shouldn't be looking at, oh, I got a 95%. Yeah, I got a 95%. What I try to grade their work on is, what did you learn? How did you improve? What was your process that led you to your conclusion? It's the process that's important. It's not the result. If you improved yourself and you got a girlfriend, great. If you improved yourself and, didn't work out, the improvement happened. Frustrating. Getting into a relationship isn't the be-all and all of your life. It's a small part of your life, especially if you're young.
So, in this video, I'm going to be highlighting all of these reasons for how dating today may not be worth it anymore.
Today is the 23rd.
I love that AdBlog isn't working anymore. I love it.
Reason 1. Guys, look at the reward for dating and just don't deem it to be very worth it. For these
economically, you're better off dating. It's an unfortunate reality. You're gonna save money if you're dating. Sharing rent, sharing food, sharing electricity. It's very unfortunate. It's very beneficial to be dating. So, yeah, if you're single, you're very disadvantaged that way. So, just from a purely mathematical point of view, it's worth it to date. Again, statistically, I'm not all that pro marriage. Marriage is strongly correlated with happiness. It's also strongly correlated with a good income, so that might be more responsible for the happiness.
For these first 2 points, I think the work-reward balance is just not that good for dating anymore. We'll take a look at both, but starting with the rewards.
Okay, again, pretty simple. The reward from working on being a good date is not the sex you'll get. It's the improvement you've made in yourself.
I believe the average deal for marriage today is a lot worse. 60 years ago, you'd get married at 20 years old, buy an affordable house, and have a large family to look forward to. Only one of you would work, which unfortunately would be you as the man. However,
I do need to take a look at some stats because, even I promote this vision, but this married at 20 with a house at 200K, houses prices have indeed been wacky these days, but marriage at 20, that's again where I had some. If we go back to it, it's not 60, it's 50 years ago, but if we take a look, again, go away me. 50 years ago, 15% of men weren't married. They weren't in a relationship at all, let alone in a house. That's 25. In the 1980s, 30% of men, 25 to 34, were single. Like, the whole, at 20 you have a house, you're married, and it's not like this whole universal truth. So we're back.
but this meant that most child-rearing responsibilities were placed in the hands of your spouse. Your kids would move.
And that's not great, right? We can agree. Unpaid labor for women everywhere, that's not good, right? It's important to raise kids. It's very important. Doesn't it make more sense for both parents to have a nice income and to be able to provide more for their kids? We have daycare, we have schools, and then when you're off work, your kids come home. But in those days, it wasn't easy for women to get a good paying job, so it made sense. It made sense because women faced, unfortunately, more discrimination. Today's better, which, great.
Move out in their late teens, which means you would be child free come your 50s. So you would have a 20 to 30 year free period to look forward to with the person you love most. So that's
Also now, life expectancy is higher, so if you, well, okay, oh, wait. First of all,
you would have a 20 to 30 year free period to look forward to with the person you love most. So
isn't that
that's all
completely
you will place
fucked?
in the hands of your spouse. Your kids would move out in their late teens, which means you would be child free come your 50s. So you would have a 20 to 30 year free period to look forward to with the person you love.
You have 20 to 30 years to look forward to with the person you love once your kids leave. Do you hate your kids?
Of most. So
Like, if you have kids, you're still with your partner. I have 2 dogs. Do I spend less time with my partner? I mean, a kid is not the same, but it's like you're looking at having kids as a burden to do. It's weird.
that's all the reward before. However, nowadays, all of this is
Actually, yeah, nowadays you get more rewards for being in a relationship. Now, if you're not in a relationship, you're not getting a house at all, ever. Now the economy is more fucked. So it's more important to be in a relationship. It's more. Does this house exist if I'm single? Well, yes, but it's not in my name.
is considerably worse. Instead of a 20-year-old in-shape church girl, you're likely to get
Oh my god, this fucking guy. Yeah, if you're not 20, you're worthless, girl. What is this?
a 30-year-old woman who's had a party phase and whose body fat is 15%.
Oh boy. Yeah, if you're 30, you're worthless. You're used up and fat. Are women's worth their youth? You could argue yes. That is how it's viewed. If you're a young woman, you're more in demand on the sexual marketplace. Is that good? Assuming it's true, which is somewhat true, is that good for a person's worth to be judged on their youth? Here's something funny about humans. We all get old. All. Time will happen to all of us. As you get older, what are you supposed to do? If you're a woman and you're 30 and you're having more trouble finding a match, this guy would say, get younger? You can't. It's dumb. As you get older, as women get older and men too, first of all, we get more money. Also, we get more skills, we get more experience, we're wiser, we got our shit way more together. When you look at what we actually do, our skills, our personalities, our ability to handle ourselves, our knowledge of ourselves, our introspections, our skills at being in a relationship with someone, we get way better at everything. But we're wrinkly. Yeah, so being old physically doesn't do a whole lot. Being older mentally is a huge benefit. How can you not see that? And I mean, the wheat waffle, the guy looks pretty young. If we take a quick look at
1. Looks are the most important factor.
silence. This is the guy. We don't have a great image of him. Yeah, like this guy looks pretty young. Looks younger than me. Little salt and pepper. When you be 30, 35, you look at 30-year-old women and be like, yeah, they're good looking. You might look at 30-year-old and not see the interest. When you get older, yeah, you'll be more attracted to them. It's normal. It's fine. But yeah, reducing someone's worth to their youth is really dumb. And also, I hold exactly the same point of view for men with money. Men are valued for their money, and that's stupid. They're valued more. Like if a woman makes 30K a year, it's not a deal breaker. If a man makes 30K a year, it can be. It's very stupid. Um, it used to be important because men had to provide for their wives who couldn't make good money because, hey, feminism hadn't happened enough yet. But now it has. So money isn't the be all end all. However, men are often still judged for their money by both men and women. No one's safe from this. But like you can't just make more money. Money doesn't grow on tree. Good paying jobs doesn't grow on trees. And we also need men to work low paying job. If you're a nurse, you're making decent money, but it's not like you're not breaking the bank. But nurses are super important. Nurses are holding the world together. Teachers is instant collapse of society without teachers. Long and short term. If a man is a teacher, like he shows he's caring, he shows he's good with kids, he shows that he's educated, and he's probably able to, articulate his thoughts, which ironically I have trouble doing. These are a great thing in a man, but his salary, it's not that great. So we're supposed to be like, yeah, you're worth it. Go away. Yeah. Poor. That's so dumb. You're worthy of love as a man, even if you don't break the bank. You're worthy of love as a woman, even if you're old and wrinkly at age 31. There's value to humans beyond money and youth. Shocking.
Higher. Of course, this is a generalization here, but when you look at the averages for age of first marriage and body fat percentage, then you could...
Yes, people get fatter as they get older. All of us. Also, unless it's unhealthy, maybe don't judge people for having some belly fat.
Understand the truth behind it.
And you know why people are fat? It's because of the environment. People haven't started changing their choices because we've become worse person. Like, no, biology happens.
The point. And you get this to spend the next 30 years of your life working to pay off a smaller but more extortionate house.
That's true, and that's bullshit. Which is why having a partner who makes money along with you is good. It's something you want.
Furthermore, you'll need to take care of some child-rearing responsibilities because both you and your wife will be...
Oh, the burden! You'll have to take care of the child-rearing responsibilities. Oh! Can you believe she'll make you change a diaper? There's poo in that. That's a women's job. Like, are you listening to yourself? Why do you want kids if you don't want them? You're like an 8-year-old who's like, I want a puppy. And the parents like, oh, but I'm gonna have to take care of it. But I want the puppy. Like, I want the kids. Oh, you're gonna have to take care of it. But I don't want to. It's the women's job. Where's the reward? You're insane. 3 minutes in.
Working, your kids probably won't move out until their late 20s because they'll be screwed with an even worse deal than you.
True. You'll share sometimes with your adult children. That's rough, buddy. Man, I'd hate to have kids and have to spend time with them. No, I want kids to, push them out as soon as I can. Of course. What's the point of kids if you can't just shut them out the door?
So you'll be lucky to be child-free and have retirement to look forward to come 60. So when you piece all of
He probably had a very bad relationship with his parents. Projecting hard.
this together, I think this shows it's obvious the reward for marriage is worse. Consider
It's worse because you have to take care of your kids and you'll have more money, which you need more now. And now, when you get married, you'll be older, But your wife gets older too because times work linearly. It's so asinine.
Probably so compared to 60 years ago. But that's still only one side of the coin, because for the second point,
There was no
the
side of
amount
any coin.
work that needs to go in to get the lackluster reward is just ridiculous.
So the rewards are the same. You're just gonna spend times with your kids, so which is the point of a family.
I think it's undeniable more and tougher work needs to go in today for finding a partner than it ever was before.
Well, arguably no. Now we have dating apps, which should make things easier. We can all agree it's not. You can find a lot more potential matches, and by the time to get one that will lead to a good relationship, the amount of people you have to go through is way higher. So will you actually have an easier time? Well, case by case basis. Also, I don't really use dating apps because I'm in a relationship, but different dating apps tend to have different environments. I heard from people using it that Tinder is the worst for men, but other are better. But I'm not gonna. I don't know much about actually being on there.
60 years ago, there was intense pressure for women to get married as young as possible. And this is
Because or else they would starve. Man, I miss the days when women couldn't work. Those were the days.
confirmed in the graph I already showed for the average age of marriage. So you were more or less handed a wife.
You know the problem with dating? Women's right. Am I right?
Whereas today, you'll likely need to go through the trenches of online dating, and for any man who's experienced this, who's not in the top 10%, knows how hard dating online can be. I wait for
All right, so yeah, obviously meeting people online has gone up because it started to exist. Duh. But yeah, it rose a lot during the 2010. I have no reason to think this graph is wrong. Yeah, met in church, gone down, obviously. What's that one? Met in primary school or secondary school? Yeah, again, that makes sense. You date later in life when you're no longer in secondary school. So yeah, makes sense that would go down. Through family, yeah, arranged marriage, not a great way to do things. Met through friends, I'd argue, and sometimes through work. Oh, there's not met through work. That's pretty common. Wow, that's... Oh, that's coworkers. Sorry. Gone up and gone down a bit. And true friends gone down from 35 to 20. Yeah, I really think that meeting true friends is the best way to meet people who are good matches, because your friends know you, and whoever your potential partner is, their friends know them. So it's way easier to make a good match because you actually have access to intimate information about the person. But as I've said before, I do think it's bad that now online dating is the most popular way to date.
repeat too much of what I've already said in
Actually,
previous videos, but put simply, a significant number of women on dating apps put themselves,
Better.
their kid, and even their dog above finding love. For men 30 and above, you'll know this to be true all too well. And as for
So,
their kid
distracted?
and even their dog above finding love. For men 30
Yeah.
and above, you'll know this to be true all too well. And as for guys from 18 to 30,
Wait, yeah,
the
sure.
monopoly is
Hey, people having expectations and needs in life that are more than finding a relationship, yeah, that's normal, that's fine. Men should have that too. Why, as a less than 30-year-old male, do you absolutely need to find a partner now? Focus on your career, focus on your dog. Go your own way. But for real, not just to complain about women. Like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine to want different things out of life than just a relationship. Do that. Yes. Yes. Oh, but no. Because you need to date a young woman, right? Is that it?
in full swing.
Anyway, Chad Monopoly.
Men in the top 10%. These are the guys that are hoarding all the women in their late teens.
So this number you get out, it's just from one Tinder study, right? Again, boop. Go back to here. On Tinder, yeah, it's a hookup app, and people, men are horn dogs on Tinder, so they just go yep, 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 and now women have way more power, right? Tinder sucks. Now Tinder, that's just the met online, line, okay, which is at 40%. Well, 40% is a lot. Tinder is one of many dating apps. So let's say that Tinder is 25% of all dating apps, right? Of people using it are on Tinder. Actually, most people are on many dating apps, so this whole the top 10% of men are sleeping with 90% of women based on one Tinder study. That doesn't apply to every other of these lines, and it doesn't apply to most of the red line. That's something that's, I don't know, 8, 10% of dating could
Yes.
hold.
Being
I'm gonna kill you, YouTube. So we go back a bit.
full swing.
There we go.
For the lucky men in the top 10%, these are the guys that are hoarding all the women in their late teens and
This whole thing, if it's true, again, a study, that's only true for about 8% of the dating market. 92% of the dating market is fine. This phenomenon does not exist. But you gotta focus on that 8%. Why? Because it confirms your beliefs. It allows you to blame women. This is what it is.
early 20s. These are the guys that are facilitating young women's party phases. So if you're an 18 to 30 guy, it's either be good looking and have success, or be in the bottom 90%.
Just get off Tinder, my friend. Just get off Tinder. That's all you have to do. Meet true friends.
And be competing for leftovers. And at best, you'll later get...
Also, competing for leftovers. Again, it's a turn of phrase. But if you're not in the top 90%, if you're not a top man, you just not a top man. But if you're not a top woman, you're leftovers. Do you hear yourself speak? Again, it's just a turn of phrase, but it's a bad look. It really makes you look misogynistic, and the rest, it doesn't help.
a woman after her party phase is done and delude yourself into thinking you've gotten the last laugh instead of the chats. Now, this is just online dating, but
Wait, give me a sec.
into thinking you've gotten the last laugh and have success, or be in the bottom 90% and be competing for leftovers. And at best, you'll later get a woman after her party phase is done and delude yourself into thinking you've gotten the last laugh instead of the chats.
First of all, the party phase, no. You know what women do in their 20s? They're focusing on their career. They're focusing on college. Like men, it's the same. Women in their 20s aren't going out partying like crazy animals. For the vast majority of them. Are some of them doing that? Sure, of course. Of course some of them are. Have you met women? Again, I went to college. I got a bachelor in psychology. Very women dominated. Very women dominated. You know how the women in college spends their time? They study. They go to a party 1 or twice a semester. Most of them were in a relationship. And not just doing hookups with chads or whatever. Yeah. Talk to women, please. I beg of you. Talk to actual women. Don't do interview in the street. Just talk. And there's partying in my tweets. No. Like, how many... okay. Like, if a woman said to you, okay, in my 20s, I slept with 22 men. You'd say like, wait, that's a lot. That's a lot of men to sleep with. And maybe it's too much. Maybe. If a woman in her 20s has slept with 20 men, that's, on average, one woman every 6 months. Now, again, according to you, it's super easy for a woman to get a date and fuck. So once every 6 months she partied. Is once every 6 months a party phase? Again, 22 is a pretty big number. It's, you know what? Let's take a look. What's the average number of sexual partners? For both sexes. Doing very basic science. Of lifetime sexual partners. Now, I do believe that for women it's higher. Wait, I'm wrong. The average for women is 7. My 22 was indeed very high. Okay, just making sure that can I get the actual survey result? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, we have more. Perfect. Okay, so 2017 survey of 2,000 people. Very good sample size. Superdrug online doctor. Oh, that might have affected the result, the sampling method here, but we don't. Oh, no, okay, Can I? Yeah, from next RC found men reported having an average before settling down. What? Okay, well, that's an insane number though. Okay, so women, let's, CDC data is pretty good. Women between 25 to 44 had a median of 4 lifetime sexual partners, and men, a median of 6. Men sleep with more partners than women. That's actually interesting. Like, I thought that the old blackpill people were exaggerating a small discrepancy, but actually no, it's the opposite. That's true. That's interesting. Yeah. Women have an average of sexual partners and men 8. Anywhere between 4 and 8 is considered average for men and women. I have no idea what happened in that survey. Nectar sleep. Actually, can we... Business Insider. Yeah, it never leads to actual damn survey. And yeah, you start talking about friends. Yeah. Not exactly reliable. LGBTQ, yeah, they have more partners in the LGBTQ communities. Okay, 2014 from CDC. It's a bit old, but whatever. Before your 20s, 70% of both men and women have 1 or less partners. So 20s, the party phase. Okay, early 20s. 1/3, 0 to 1. 30, 2 to 4. 33, I've had 5 to 9. We're getting up there. And 13, 10 and plus. So again, in 5 years, upper echelon, 9 partners. That's 1 every 6 months. Which is not, that's not insane to me, right? I wouldn't qualify that as a party phase. 87% of women have had less than 1 new partner every 6 months. It's not that much. And for men, 32-01, 25-4, 25-9, and 22 have had 10 plus partners. Men be fucking. Men do be fucking. Who knew? 25-29, late 20s. So we're gonna have less people having less sexual partners because time moves forward. 25, 31, 24, 21. And for men, 17, 01, 26 as opposed to 31. 25 is the same for women. And 33, 10 plus partners. Men are having more sex than women. They are having more partners than women are. The men are having the party phase. Who knew? Yeah. How many is a lot? I mean, if the average is 7, double that is a lot. Okay, do we have another source? Do we have another source? CDC, it's probably the same study from 2014. Why? Oh, a bit. Yeah. Number of sexual partners amongst women, 4. Men, 6. Yeah. Yep, just accusing women of having this party face. Meanwhile, in reality, men are having more sex. Cosmo. Of course, Cosmo, of course. Yeah. Okay, we have a generational shift. That's good, that's good. Because you could argue that yeah, sure, it used to be men who had a lot of soft partners, but now it's the women because Tinder, right? You can argue that. Let's see. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. Do we have a breakdown? No, we don't. It's Cosmo. Of course we don't. Of course. 2014, 2019? Yeah, 2019 is good enough. For sure, for sure. Okay. Numbers, science. Predictor age. Do we have a breakdown according to... We gotta, according to age group. No, we don't. No. Hold on. It's been a minute, but can I get a decent read on the table here? The mean standard deviation. Okay, yeah. N is 30. Lifetime number of sexual partners in men and in women. We don't have age. But we have age years. Wait. Oh, okay. They're looking at older people. That makes sense. But we don't... That's not useful, though. It's not useful. Yeah, we need something like... Boomers in their 20s. How many sexual partners did they have? Oh, that number is going to be hard to find. No. I'm gonna stop this soon. And yeah, you do have the question of what do you count as sex? Is oral sex? It's not a clear answer if we don't have access to the methodology. 2018. Well, we're just gonna stick with the numbers we got here. And yep. So no, the idea of the women having a ton of sex early on, it's not real. Men have more sex than women in their 20s. They have more partners. They just do. It's science. I didn't make it up. So yeah, first of all, it's fine if you find your partner in your 30s, but also that whole party phase, it's a lie. It's just, he's lying. Who knew? Everybody.
Now, this is just online dating, but if you are thinking you'll be able to avoid these trenches because you'll just focus on real life, then think again, because real
I mean, that's what people do. Both sexes.
life has also gotten worse.
True.
Not only does the monopoly of online dating suck away potential suitors from real life,
Again, no. Men are having more sexual partners.
but even if you want to focus on real life, wokeist culture has made it harder than ever.
Oh, the woke boogeyman, of course, obviously. You can't harass women anymore. Damn woke.
To meet a woman the old-fashioned way. In today's day and age, you can get accused of harassment for merely showing romantic intent in a girl.
No. You can get accused of harassment for harassing someone. Like, hi, can I get you? Hi, I saw you from across the room. Would you be interested in coffee sometimes? You're never gonna get called an harasser because of that. She might be annoyed with you because, you know, she might have a life and be trying to go somewhere. The idea that women now will call you a sexual harasser or just, you know, say this was harassment. This is in your head, my friend. This is all in your head.
Don't believe me? Check out my video on how I was accused for approaching women in public.
Oh yeah, that was a really bad video for him. Like, you see a random dude walking around on campus and be like, answer my question, answer my question. Yeah. And security came in and was like, yeah, what you doing here? You gotta leave. Like, yeah, he wasn't asking them out. I classify that as harassment.
And this wasn't even for romantic intentions. This would have never happened.
Indeed. So kind of makes your point moot. No? If you harass women, you might get kicked out.
60
Don't
years
harass
ago.
women.
But today, if a woman feels you have sexualized her inappropriately, then by all means...
Again, yeah, sexualizing other people is bad. It's actually kind of fucked that we allow men to be sexualized without much standards. Saying, hey, I think you're beautiful, want to go out for coffee sometimes, that's not sexualization. Asking someone out is not sexualizing them. Sexualizing them is. Hey babe, great clit in these jeans. Wanna bang? Yeah, okay, that's harassment. Yes. It's a bit extreme, but
You have done that. You might have just gazed at her briefly or literally walked next to her while she was working out.
you know how common it is for women to get sexually assaulted? The numbers are very depressing. And you know how many people get convicted from sexual assault and rape? An alarmingly low amount. One of the reasons being that sexual harassment and sexual harassment is not a crime, but sexual crimes tend to happen in secluded, intimate places when there's no one else around, and it's extremely difficult to prove, right? If I walk to a woman and grab her boob in the gym, how can you convict me? Nobody knows I did that. Unless it's specifically filmed, unless there's witnesses and it's in sexual situations, it's very rare that there are witnesses. So, and obviously, humans are pigs, not just men, but humans, and, you know, men tend to do more sexual, inappropriate behavior. It's something that happens a lot, right? It's something that we regulate a lot in society. Like rape is considered one of the worst crime you can do. And it's one of the oldest crime. Handling our sexual impulses is one of the challenges of human. It's something that's one of the most immoral thing we consider to be, right? And yet it's insanely common. It's super common, and people actually getting arrested doesn't happen. And the whole Me Too thing, right? That happened as a reaction to the complete lack of accountability towards men being inappropriate toward women. And you get so many situations, and the worst thing that happens, like, I don't know, Louis C.K., who was very sexually inappropriate, what happens? It's kind of a bump, like a dip in its career. What he did was sexual harassment, for sure. Go look it up if you want, but it's not great. And he didn't face much repercussion for it. And also, again, I'm going to use rape here, but false rape accusations are just as common as false murder accusations. There's not an epidemic of women accusing men of being sexually inappropriate to them. There's an epidemic of sexual harassment. I laugh because it's sad. Again, talk to the women in your life. Ask them, if you know them well enough, if they were sexually assaulted. And you'll be amazed at how many of them were. of all the women I know in my life, one, I feel comfortable saying that, yes, I know this person was never sexually assaulted. A.
If she feels sexualized, then her word means everything and your innocence means nothing.
I'm just going to use that video. All the
Now,
treadmills.
if she feels sexual,
Dude's like, I'm going to take the one right next to you. Oh, she knows where this is going. You're, Mr. Man, you're not interested in the treadmill. You're interested in the booty. And here I am trying to exercise. So, no, I'm done. You know, I'm going to remove myself a little bit. Boop.
feels you have sexualized her inappropriately, then by all means,
This
you have
interaction.
done that. You might have just gazed at her briefly, or literally walked next to her while she was working out. If she feels sexualized, then her word means everything.
Which, obviously, that's a stage video. You know, why is the camera right there and she reacted like that? But that kind of reaction, which happens, it's a result of a lifetime of poor experiences with men. Maybe that, if that video wasn't staged, maybe that dude is totally fine. He's a great guy and he's very respectful and he's gay, whatever. That reaction of just go away, I don't want this right now. It's a result of tons and tons of interactions that proved that reaction justified in our eyes.
And your innocence means nothing. The final nail in the coffin for those banking on so-called warm approach. Because even this has gotten worse. There has been a decline of social capital in recent decades. Church engagement is decreasing. Local pubs and nightclubs where you'll see familiar faces are slowly but surely dying.
Also, clubs were bad to meet people. Why are you going to church to get a girlfriend? Not the first place I'd go for a good time. Let's just say. And I mean, yeah, pubs aren't the worst place to find a girlfriend. I'll agree to that. To meet new people, yeah. I do agree. It's not social capital, but I do agree that meeting people, having places to meet people, it has gone down. You can meet tons of new people online, but the actual in-person interaction, that has gone down significantly, and that's pretty important. So I do agree that the whole moving online, it hasn't helped. And I talked about college a bit earlier, but now with distance learning being more popular, because we can do it now and it's safe and it works reasonably well, you do meet less people, and that leads to more social isolation. So I will agree that this new environment we're in hurts with finding potential partners. Absolutely, I agree with that.
People don't even go to shops as much anymore because you can buy everything online from...
Then again, how often did you find a potential partner in a shop? You're going to buy stuff. Like, it's not a good place. Like, if you see someone while you're buying shoes and you're like, oh, she's cute, I'm gonna ask her number. Like, you don't know her. She doesn't know you. Why would she be a good match? It's the same as Tinder, right? The problem with Tinder is you don't know if that person's a good match. You have only extremely preliminary, shallow information. If you were just picking someone up just because you saw them somewhere in a shop, it's the same thing. It's the same. In a bar, you can sit down and have conversation, so that's different.
Amazon. And some communities build fences around to lock themselves in. You can't
That's like boomer shit. That's irrelevant to you, my 20-year-old friend.
argue people don't interact with one another in their communities as much anymore. Again, if you don't believe me, I dare you to go to a densely populated city near where you live and board one of the trains there. You'd think because there's so many people crowded that these spaces would be oozing with life. But it
You've never lived in a city, have you? Okay, I'm gonna explain this to you. If you live in a rural town, you don't get a whole lot of interactions because there's not a whole lot of people. Makes sense. So the polite thing to do is to talk to people because that's a rare thing to do. You have isolation and you break that isolation. When you see someone, you might be the fifth person that person saw that day. In a city, you see tons and tons of people. And the polite thing to do is to keep to yourself. Because you don't have a single moment of quiet to yourself unless you're home. So you respect other people by lowering the amount of social stimulation because you already get so much. In a rural town, you're understimulated, so you initiate contact more.
Instead, watch as everyone is like a zombie with a miserable look on their face.
So they're going to work. Of course, they're miserable.
AirPods in, faces glued to screens. It's considered strange to even make eye contact with someone. So, ironically, the sense of community is 1,000 times worse the bigger the community is compared to smaller ones.
Yeah, community in cities is not found going to work in the subway. It's the places you visit. You like local game shops, if you're a nerd like me, is where you find your sense of community.
So, this is just the first 2 points, but as all of this doom and gloom is happening within dating, what's happening outside is the polar opposite.
I kill you.
Point 3. Outside of dating, there are now many more opportunities for happiness than ever before. Think about this for a second.
Okay, this is weird. So, for your point to work, whatever you're supposed to propose needs to be impossible to do while dating, right? Oh, look at all the happiness, or well, look at all the happiness opportunity you have if you stay single. These either have to be impossible to have while you're dating, or new development allowed what was only possible through dating to now be also possible through being single. That's the only way your point will work.
What is dating's main competitor?
Jobs? What?
You might think it's a bit of an obscure question, but actually think about it for a sec. I would say the main competitor for dating is dopamine and...
Also, I'm gonna... Let's... Wait, can... Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the... Not that. Default view, just because I'm hiding it a little bit.
and relaxation activities. The more time and availability...
Can you think of anything you can do in a relationship to generate dopamine? It starts with S and ends with X. You know, the point of a relationship is to do things together, including relaxing things. You know what me and my girlfriend did yesterday? We watched The Good Place. I already watched it, but now I watch it with her. And it was great. We're finishing it today, probably. And you know what else we did? We did the 18 plus, ha ha ha. And on New Year's Eve, we drank together. We got our dopamine. When you're in a relationship, you get those. You get those. You get it, right? Yeah. They're not competing. Being in the dating situation helps with relaxation and sources of dopamine, if that's what you're looking for. And your normal source of dopamine, like playing video games or jacking off to porn, are still there. They're still there. You just now have more options. Congratulations.
People have for these things, the less of a concern dating becomes for them. Think about it this way. 60 years
No, if you want these, dating is even better now. God. Dumbass.
ago, if you didn't have a TV in your house, let alone Wi-Fi, smartphones, iPads, Xboxes, online content, dating would likely take a much bigger level of bandwidth in your mind than it does today. After
all of these are improvement to relationships. All of these. You can game with your girlfriend. You can peruse social media with your girlfriend. You can watch TV with your girlfriend. All of these. All. And it's up to you, but in my opinion, these are better to do with someone else. Playing a video game, it's good. playing and enjoying a video game with someone else is great.
It was either try meet people in the real world or sit at home twiddling your thumbs. But today,
Like he's talking about dating like it's this ordeal, this very difficult burden. Just talk to people. It's easy. And you know, ironically, the whole Netflix and chill is a double entendre for sex or a whatever. It means have sex, but you know what? Well, again, mid-30s. You know what's a good date to me? We go to one of the person's house, we chill, we eat, we watch TV, maybe play a game. A date doesn't have to be stressful. It's kind of dumb that it is.
we now have all of these cheap sources of dopamine millimeters away from the second we wake up to the second we go to bed. My point is, all these sources of dopamine serve as distractions from what our biology has actually evolved for us to do.
So is your point that we should remove these distractions from our biological imperatives? Yes, that's your point. If it is, I can kind of see your point. It's not completely dumb. If that's your point, it's a bit essentialist, but you know, it's not the end of the world.
And I'd argue many men are unconsciously making a choice to avoid dating by having their time sapped away via these sources of dopamine.
It's not an unconscious choice to be like on social media. They're designed to be addictive. I mean, just the instant you're like, oh yeah, there's an unconscious choice to avoid dating, you're already a hack. I mean, not that you weren't before, but
If you play video games for 10 years straight, you haven't necessarily
Which is
chosen
good.
not to date. In fact, it probably didn't even cross your mind.
dude, I've been playing games for over 30 years. Hasn't hurt. Like not only that, look, friend.
If you play video games for 10 years straight, you haven't necessarily chosen not to date.
You know who plays video games? Women. Numbers. What would be the word? Sex distribution? I don't know. That'll do. In 2023, year of our Lord, in blue, male, in black, female. 53% of male, or of the video game players are male. 53% of video game players are male, and 46% are female. Everybody plays games. You spend 10 years playing games? Why don't you spend 10 years playing games with a girl? They're into it now. Not you. Not you. There you go.
In fact, it probably didn't even cross your mind. But it is the unspoken opportunity cost that has taken you out of the dating
See, your brain's doing magic so you don't date. That's why things are going bad. It's the magic brain. Yes, listen to me. I'm very smart.
market. Now, the number of men pursuing this way of life is undoubtedly increasing. Ask yourself, how many guys do you know who live as basement dwellers playing Valorant and Skyrim for 12 hours a day?
I mean, has that number gone up? Can we find that number? I'll try a little bit. Social isolation. Men. Men, plural. Statistic Canada. Sure. Let's go with Canada. No. Yes, but has that increased? Okay. So, trying to find numbers on this, and according to Statistic Canada, which is the best kind of statistics, the people who report the highest levels of loneliness are young women. So social isolation seems to be worse for young women, which I don't. That's counterintuitive to me, but man, it's what the statistics say. Yeah, and poor mental health. Yeah, we have. Let's look at the numbers, a comparison for men. 1 in 4 in use. Senior, that's age group. Yeah, 15% of women age 15 or older say they felt lonely, compared to 11% for men. So it's still a problem for men, but it's more common in women. Okay. There are more losers playing Valorant at home who are women. Feminism. Whatever.
Loads. And that's why this point probably makes me the most sad out of all the 5 listed in this video. Because I think it's a very unhealthy way to quit dating as a man, unknowingly allowing yourself to rot.
And it's more common amongst women.
I mean, I think
Fucking
there's a
crazy,
difference
though.
between voluntarily quitting dating because you've listened to the other points in this video and made the conclusion dating isn't worth the squeeze, versus being blissfully unaware, letting time slip through your fingers, and you've spent so much of it rotting that by the time you think you should start making an effort, it's probably too late. All that's binging dopamine.
Yeah, fatalism again. Like, oh, it's too late. You've gained too much. Shouldn't have started that second Skyrim run. Now you'll be lonely. You know when it's too late? When you're dead. Again. Damn it. That's, I'm not gonna go back to it, but again, as you get older, people find matches. They get in relationships. It's not too late. And these videos are made for like 20-year-olds and teenagers. And as we've seen from the numbers, that single number drops in your 30s.
For nothing.
And you're not helping. Like you're saying, oh, the Chads are gonna get all the women and you'll get the leftovers. So you're saying like that's a bad thing that you get into a relationship later. Right? That's your point. It's bad to get into a relationship later. And now you're telling them, oh, actually, it's also too late. Like you're just pushing them towards loneliness. With waffles, you're contributing to my loneliness. You're not helping. You're not enlightening them. You're pushing them towards it.
So all I'll say...
Date a 30-year-old woman. They're out there. They'll fuck you. No, they won't. You're not good enough. You'll be good enough at 30. You're immature. And apparently misogynistic if you're watching this.
Is that if you are genuinely thinking about quitting dating as a man, then make sure it is an active decision which you've evaluated thoroughly. Because...
You know what, Wheat Waffle? If you want to quit dating, go ahead. Shut up. Stop making videos. Go live your life. Stop talking about it. Stop thinking about it. That's what going your own way would be. Stop. This video was posted today, I think. No. This video was posted 4 days ago. You're not going your own way. You're whining about women non-stop. You haven't quit dating. You're complaining that you're bad at it.
Because there are opportunities nowadays to pursue higher pleasures, such as a business, passion, or hobby which you're very serious about. And you're more than welcome to pursue these if...
And is your hobby complaining about women? Yes. Yes, it is. My hobby's complaining about you, so I'm not better.
You think you'll gain more happiness from this over the course of your life than pursuing a partner and kids. Anyway, that's point 3, and now moving on to reason 4.
They told you the guys torching Wendy's in 2020 were mostly peaceful.
There are basically zero societal expectations for you to get... Anyway, that's point 3, and now moving on to reason 4. There are basically zero societal expectations for you to get married and start a family now.
We just read like a manifesto from an incel that's like, you gotta continue your bloodlines. My inheritance is gonna be cut off if I don't get a girlfriend. No, it's still seen as normal to be in a relationship now. Yeah. I think it's fine to not be in a relationship, especially in your 20s. Like, yeah, it's fine. To go with the outlook that I'm gonna live my life, and if I'm in a relationship, great. If I'm not, great. That's good. Live your life for yourself, for your needs. That's good. But I'd say no. It's still women still get weird looks if they're single at a certain age and if they don't have kids by a certain age. And if a woman says she doesn't want kids, oh, that's all. There's still societal expectations. And I don't think they're good, but they're there.
60 years ago, even if you wanted to do what I mentioned in the last point, spend your life at home rotting and binging dopamine. You didn't
Like, you think this is bad. Like, what is your message? Like, do you want men to go their own way? Yes? Don't call that rotting away. I'm sorry. If I was a billionaire, soon, if I was a billionaire, you know what I would do with my life? Stay at home, play video games, and travel sometimes. Because these are things I like to do. I also take care of my dogs and play music, but I'm a well-rounded adult. I'm sorry. But if I wanted to just play video games or stream video games all day, sure, why not? If it's something you want to do, yeah, yes. It's a good time. Find happiness. Don't shame others for trying to do that.
didn't really have the option to do so because it would eventually get to the point where your parents would be sick to death of your existence. They'd kick you out the house and leave you to fend for yourself. Back then, as soon as you became an adult, it was a matter of find a partner, then get married, then start a family, then work for 40 years, or...
Also, at 18, do you think you are ready for marriage? Do you think you are ready for a family at 18? Not only are you not all that mature at 18, your brain's not done developing, right? Finding a partner and getting married is a massive decision. Massive, massive. At 18, you don't know what you're going to want out of life. Again, your brain is not fully developed yet. You're not a full person yet. Sorry, 18-year-old. You're going to get better. You're getting smarter as you grow older. It's fine. You're not done gestating yet. And then when you're about 25, you are. And then it's all downhill. But when you're 25 and even older, now you have a much better understanding of what you want in life. Starting a family at 18, disaster. This recipe for disaster.
or rot in the streets. In some circumstances, your parents would try to set you up with a daughter from another family if it's meant
And that was bad. Yes, that's a bad thing to do.
moving you along in life. However,
Who should be my lifelong partner? I don't know. That loser over there. She has a bagoo. Good enough, I guess.
today, there simply isn't this pressure, let alone force to try hurry you into getting to
Which is good.
Today, if you want to live at home, rotting, playing video games for 12 hours a day,
Rotting, yeah. If you want to enjoy yourself. Like some people take sabbaticals, right? And what do they do? Well, they can travel during their sabbaticals. Why? Because it's what they want to do. Great. If someone takes a sabbatical, what am I going to do during my sabbatical? I'm going to play video games for a whole year. If that's what you want to do, go get it, tiger. It's not what I would do, but I'm me. This person is him. He can choose for himself. I'd question if I was addicted, though, at that point.
a lot of parents will give you that freedom until you're 30. Something that
No. No. Most parents will ask you to work a job, be studying something. They're not gonna let you sit at home for 12 years doing nothing. I don't think that's bad to push your kids to do better. But to take some time off, yeah, that can be fine. Until you're 30, that's not happening.
would have been utterly laughable just 2 generations ago.
It's still not happening. Again, join us in the real world, Wheat Waffles. You stop saying dumb shit.
Additionally, another point that got the ball rolling for couples back then was what's known as shotgun marriages.
That's a choice. But okay, shotgun marriages, sure.
Where, if you got a woman pregnant, you'd more or less be forced to marry her. The idea
And that's extremely bad, right? It's extremely bad that back in the day, women got accidentally pregnant, they were forced to keep it, and men were forced to marry them. Do you know how many husbands were poisoned by their wives back in the day? It's more than you think. How to get out of an abusive relationship? Can't get divorced. No fault divorce doesn't exist. A little bit of surprise in the coffee in the morning.
Idea being that if you didn't
That was
marry
not
her,
good.
her father would come round your house with a shotgun and use it to persuade you.
Which is, of course, monstrous. Are you saying that the best marriage come under coercion?
There was no
For
birth
fun.
control back then, and abortions were heavily frowned upon, if not
And now, if you don't want to have a kid, you cannot have a kid. Freedom has happened. America! Or is that bad, wheat waffle?
illegal in some nations. So if you got a woman pregnant, you had little room to worm your way out of it. However,
Again, yep. You weren't forced into a relationship you didn't want. The dogs need to go outside.
today, you are free to run around dating casually or stay at home rotting. In fact, you basically have the freedom to
Oh no, life is better. What are we gonna do? We're gonna enjoy life now. Oh, the worst. We're in hell. We get to enjoy life. Oh, where's the suffering? Where's the pain of being forced to marry someone you don't care about and raise a child for no reason? That's what we want.
do anything throughout your teens and 20s with little to no urgency to rush into a relationship or marriage.
Yeah. Let's not rush into a lifelong thing, right? Right. Let's take our time. Let's figure shit out. Yes. Yes, that's great, right?
Society just doesn't care about these things anymore.
Yeah.
In some cases, kids are seen as a nuisance or hindrance to yours or
Yeah, if you don't want kids, don't have them. Yeah.
lives. No wonder the birth rate in basically every Western nation is collapsing.
It's fine. Well,
Finally-
so economic collapse, but we're already fucked with the economy. Yeah. There's plenty of humans. We've got room in Canada, but there's a limited amount of habitable space on Earth. Like, not everywhere is a good place to be. Like, most of Saskatchewan sucks. We could do with a slightly reduced birth rate. I'm not saying let's kill humanity off or anything, but it's fine if there's a bit less human in the next generations. Nobody died. There was just less birth. A human being birthed isn't like good or bad. Like it's neutral. What that human does in its life, yeah, that's either good or bad, depending on what they do. And if there's less humans, well, there are less humans to do good, there's less humans to do bad. And since there's less of them, it's a bit easier to manage. Kind of.
Moving on to the final reason why men
Okay. I will give him some credit. He did not specifically say that it was bad for people to be able to enjoy their lives and make choices about their lives. It's what he implied. I don't know if he was smart enough not to say that having the choice to marry someone you want and having the choice to have kids is bad, right? I don't know if he just forgot to say it or if he's smart enough not to say it, but it really feels like he thinks that's bad.
Anyway, finally moving on to the final reason why men are walking away from dating. Reason 5. There are way higher stakes to getting married and starting a family nowadays. Here are the facts. The average
Let's restart that.
getting married and starting a family nowadays. Here are the facts. The average net worth of most families has increased twofold in the last 30 years. Would you want to risk losing half of it in a divorce? Not including...
Well, funnily enough, wow, the family's net worth has really increased in the past 40 years. What are those lines? What are those? What? Oh. Black and Hispanics weren't doing so well. Maybe not everybody's having a good time in America.
The lawyer fees, potential alimony payments.
Also, lawyer fees, alimony payments, yeah. Questions. Why do you think that you're going to be the one paying more in a divorce? Women are getting educated now, right? They're getting good paying jobs. If the net worth increases for both parties, wow. If your girlfriend's making more money than you, cha-ching. Why are you obviously, men on average make more money still. This entire time, he's been promoting like the time where women were forced into relationships and the good old days when they couldn't get a good job and well-paying job. Do you think he supports women's right and their ability to make more money? If women made on average 50K more a year than men, do you think he'd say, oh, that's fine, that's neutral, or that's good? He'd say that's a bad problem. And now he's like, but if there's a divorce, then men are going to be paying more.
And child support. Furthermore, in parallel to this, the probability that you'll end up losing half your net worth is higher than ever before. As I'm sure a lot of you
Yes.
already know, the probability of divorce is close to 50%. A literal...
Yes, people are now able to get divorced. They're able to choose. They're able to... Yes, we have more freedom now. Yes. Can this stop? Can we stop saying that's a bad thing? When a divorce happens, it's because shit wasn't working out, generally. We're getting more divorces now because we're able to. Sure, if you got something interesting, I'd be happy to take a look.
Coin flip. Would you want to flip a coin to risk losing half your net worth? This is why a lot of people view marriage as a negative free roll. At best, it will lead to neutral outcomes, and at worst, it will lead to negative outcomes.
Again, people in marriages make more money than people that are unmarried. Being in a relationship gives you so much money. It helps you so much. You save so much money on rent, and you save so much money on food. It's such a net benefit to be married. It's insane. It's insane to try and go against it. Like,
Un autre 60 ans de passion pour le hockey.
impossible street magic dealing with a heckler. You know what? We will take a look at it after we're done with that one. That seems fun. It'll be a nice palate cleanser.
Now, me saying all this, it might not be relevant to you, because you might be religious and believe it's your duty to get married because
Almost
God
done.
told you to. But first, nowhere near as many people are religious anymore. And
Yes,
second,
we're moving
this
away
video
from
might
religion to a
highlight
more
why
secular
less men are pursuing
worldview.
dating and marriage.
Yeah,
So don't shoot the messenger here.
this entire video is just, oh, things are better now.
Pursuing
It
is
sucks.
because they are thinking rationally of the pros and cons of getting married. What I'm saying is, if you want to get married because you're religious, then you're more than welcome to. But I'm speaking for the majority of young men who aren't and thus should view marriage as a purely logical decision. So, if you are non-religious, then marriage is literally a contract. I'll say
Yes,
again.
that is what
If you are
that's what marriage has been for thousands of years. The whole marriage is religious is a recent development. God
religious,
damn it.
then marriage is literally a contract.
So ignorant of the
Nowadays,
actual
view
life.
marriage as this mystical, magical thing where you're making God proud and raising a family. All
Yeah,
in His name.
that's kind of
If you
dumb.
sign your name on that dotted line, you're basically agreeing to a 50% chance of losing 50% of your net worth. And let's
Women also have net worth.
not forget the 20k party that lasts.
Also, who's talking about marriage anyway? We're talking about relationships and dating. Nobody's getting married anymore. Well, nobody. Not a whole lot of people.
Paying for.
This has nothing to do with dating. Nothing.
I recommend to any man looking to get married, it's always a good idea to sign a prenup to ensure your wealth gets divided fairly, in the not so unlikely chance you split up. Anyway, that's the final point of the video and wraps up why men are choosing not to date or pursue marriage anymore. If
Ah,
you enjoyed
that was
this
a waste
video,
of
I
time.
recommend checking
Not that I'm surprised. So, again, the only way you hold these points of view if you're not living in reality and you're just choosing to ignore what people lived experience actually is. And again, this guy's just pushing for people to remain single. Like, after reading this or watching this, are you gonna go, oh yeah, sure, I'm gonna keep that in mind to be in a healthy relationship? No. You're done. It's over. Oh well. Let's check that one out. And then I'll take a small break. Where is it? Is it in the... No. I'll just click on it again. Impossible street magic, dealing with a heckler. Street magic, that looks like a cafeteria, but okay, sure. Might be fun. Moving on from incel content.
Jay, say stop wherever you want. Stop. All right, Jay, take this card. Don't show me, show everybody else. Show the camera.
Yeah, one of the problem with these videos,
Jay,
it's street
video.
magic. It's very easy
Now
to
look,
edit
this is what I'm
something,
gonna do. Lose it. And does anyone know
so
what
there's
this is
not
called?
an actual good trick.
This is called showing off a little bit. Shuffling, here we go. Now, we're gonna try something. Can you do me a favor? Can you cut the cards in half? Right there? Now, if I found the card, that would be pretty cool. You guys expect it. What's your name? Kayla. What if Kayla found your card? What card did you look at? Look at the card you cut to.
Okay, now that's kind of weird.
I didn't do that.
Hold on. I pick up a card in somewhere, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pick it up, then you find it.
Okay. Nah, I don't work being challenged.
No,
I just do this.
And there's
for fun.
always a worry
I
that,
don't wanna be
oh, this
challenged.
might be staged.
It would, but okay.
But maybe it's not.
We'll do
I don't know.
this. Fucking hate people like that. Okay, I'm just trying to have fun. It's literally, I'm literally doing sleight of hand, not real magic, but whatever. Don't let them bother us. All right, so we'll do this. We'll try some. That was me. I didn't even find the card. You found it. You want to help me? What's your name? Jaden. Jaden. All right. Take the cards. You can shuffle them up, do whatever you want. You come a little closer. What he's gonna do is count 10 cards onto the table into a pile, and we're gonna make sure it's 10. 1, 2,
They're in the mall.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cards, okay? You might help me? What's your name? Liz, can you hold out your hand? And Liz, you're gonna hold the 10 cards, feeling on top of them. Now, if I go near those cards, she's obviously gonna feel it. You guys are gonna see it. So now we're gonna riffle through. Hopefully we don't get a card like the king or something, because that's too high. So I guess you say stop wherever you want. We're gonna get a number. Stop. Right here? Let's see what number we got. A 3. So you count to 10, you stop to 3.
It's also fun to try and see where's the point where the sleight of hand happens, where he's distracting them with
Pretty
something,
cool, right? Watch, Liz,
and like
hold them like this.
quickly
Straight
shuffling
out.
something in.
Ready, just like this. Ready?
It's impressive.
One card
I'm
just
not
went to
like
her hand.
criticizing that's what they do. That's magic. It's the
2
point.
cards just went to her hand.
The trick
Now
makes it
13
less
cards.
magical, but it's
In a
actually
second,
more
you're just
impressive
gonna
when you
count
know how
1,
it is.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, until you're completely done. Right into a pile right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the 10. How many more you have left in here? 10, 11, 12, 13. Somehow, okay? Now, if you can reach them, I don't want to touch them. Can you grab all the cards and pull them towards you? Or you can push Liz, push them towards them? Okay? Because we're going to take this to the next step. We'll try something. Let's try it. I want you to look just into the distance and name a number up to 10. 7? Free choice, right?
Asking them to look away, that's
making 20.
that's some
It's free
suspicious.
choice. Ready, just like this. You now have 20 cards, 7 extra.
So if I count this as 20 cards.
Go ahead. Pick them up and count one at a time. Right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 cards. And he could have picked any number. Weird, right? Alright, let's just like I show you guys something else. Let me see what I got. I'll leave you to ponder how that was done, because I don't even know.
It's good that the video isn't.
Since there's 4
There's
of you,
no
they got a
cut
perfect
anywhere.
trick. Liz,
But
you're
there's
gonna
no
start off.
apparent
You cut
cut,
a pack
because-
about this size or a little bigger, but not the whole deck. Take it off, just put it in front of you.
That makes
wherever
street
you
magic
cut.
a lot less
Right there, just
interesting.
drop it in front of you. You do the same thing, pick up half, or not half.
If there's the
less than half, just like
possibility of
that.
just
And now look, I'm just gonna give him a
messing
little
with it
shuffle, just like
in
this.
post.
You do the same thing. Okay, give him a little shuffle like this. You do the same thing, cut in front of you. Now look, these are the cards on the left. We don't need them or anything. But now you know how when you cut, you play high card, whoever wins? All right, everyone put their hand on the top card that they cut to like they're about to turn it over. How crazy would it be if I let you all win, and somehow you all turn them over to aces?
No, stop. Oh, we really need to stop.
Cut to aces, right? I remember, all you guys remember, you're doing all of this. I'm not even doing anything. But to show you how this might be influenced, anyone's like familiar with psychology, the study of the mind, how I try to make you guys think? I'm gonna try this last
Psychology
one.
has nothing to do with
Here's the
magic
last
tricks,
one, we'll
but
see.
it's something you say to
Alright.
distract them for what you're actually doing.
Okay, cut the deck in half.
It's a good strat.
Wherever he cuts, we're gonna use 8 cards. Right there, look, 8 cards. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cards, okay? Now, which pile you want on top? This one or this one? This one on top? Okay, and we're gonna put these on bottom, just like that. Now, you guys are gonna make all the decisions from this point on. I'm just gonna go around. Liz, what card should I get first? This one or this one? That one? Okay. Which one should I get? This one or this one? This one? Which one should you guys get? This one or this one? This one? Which one should you guys get? This one or this one? That one? Okay. Which one should I get? This one or this one? This one? Which one should you guys get? This one or this one? Okay. Now look, I'm gonna say, just say stop wherever you want. Right here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna hope somehow it worked. Now look at this. What you guys dealt me was a pair high. So we were playing poker. That's kind of the lowest hand. But remember, you guys made all the decisions to the very last. Do you guys think you beat me? No. Look at the cards you guys dealt yourself. It's actually all 4 aces.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay? You probably won't forget me because it's probably the first magician you ever met. But I want to try something. Let me see if I can do this. Before anything, I'll tell you my Instagram in a second. Liz, can you hold out your finger, just like this? Can you just touch any card you want? All right, Liz, take this card, put it under the box. Now remember, look, Liz just took any card she wanted, okay? Now everyone who wants to put up their Instagram, I'll tell you what my name is. Yeah, if you want to know it. Yeah, I'll type it. Oh,
That's fun. That's a fun one. To have them check the Instagram for the whatever card they're
It's
supposed to
JS
have.
Magic. I don't know when it's going to load. But JS.
It's a fun way to do it.
Magic. And then that's me. And whoever gets it, JS.magic. It says something in the bio. Like, look at the bio.
Stop. No.
It says, look, your card is the 2 of diamonds. Remember, Liz picked a card before we went on here, and Liz chose any card she wanted. How crazy would it be?
But that's just another version of like writing it beforehand.
And see.
Whatever.
And now you guys can follow me and see when the video's up. Thank you, guys. Again, thank you, Liz. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, there was a little bit of.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
It's a pretty common, simple trick, but executing it is difficult. So it seems right. Like when he asks them to choose, oh, that card or that card. Oh, choose that one. Okay, I'll take that one. And the way you kind of present them and you make them appear like they made the choice, but you already chose by yourself. But making it look like they chose it is the challenge, in theory. All right, oh, that was neat. Although, you know why they wrote dealing with a heckler? It's because you're more likely to get views that way. But the heckler was just like a guy coming up and just go away. I'm not blaming him. That's cool. I don't watch much magic stuff. Oh well. So, I'm going to take a small break and come back with this old-ass 1992 video about men right activists, pickup artists, and feminists walking to a studio. 1992, it's going to be a mess. Fantastic. So, be right back. And we are back. Great, great, great. Okay. Oh, been going on for a bit over 2 hours, but I ain't done. Ugh. Let's keep going. Okay. Oh, Ross Jeffries, I've not missed you. Okay, so now,
A man says women.
chill. Let's take a small look at a very, very vintage piece of, well, it was kind of the proto-manosphere. Like, yeah, the pickup artists, the men rights activists, before the internet, before this whole mess, I was already going kind of strong. And back then, still, we had an appetite for blood sports. We wanted to see these opposing views fight each other. That's human nature. So, who we have here? The pickup artist is Ross Jeffries. I've already talked about Ross Jeffries. Ross Jeffries is a complete psycho. He believes that you can hypnotize women by speaking in a certain way that will make you completely irresistible by hypnotizing them. The good news, this does not work. Because if it did work, that would make Ross Jeffries a monster, right? You know what's important? Consent. Consent is really, really important when you're talking about sex and relationship. And he thinks that, yeah, if you can force someone to be sexually aroused against their will, that's good. So that's pretty bad. The second person is a men's rights activist. Now, men's right is an interesting field. We'll say that as much. They try and fight for equality, in theory, by pointing out ways in which men are disadvantaged socially, which I've talked before in other videos about, for instance, the way that the expectations on women are very different now because of feminists, right? Feminists have really pushed the idea that you're, as a woman, you can be a mom, you can work on your career, you can be healthy at every weight. You can be into sports, you can be into nerdy stuff, you can be into girly stuff, and it's fine. Yeah, be yourself, girl. Go ahead, be a boss girl. Not bad things, but for men, we haven't had much. And the idea of what a man is supposed to be, what is a modern man? What are you supposed to do as a man? You're supposed to make money. Well, that's kind of old-fashioned, obviously. A man is supposed to be tough. Man's supposed to be... We've stagnated. Because we, as men, haven't really had that movement to redefine who we are and to position ourselves in the modern world. That would be good. In my opinion, the whole, let's reconsider what men are expected to do and what we should be doing to help each other, to help ourselves, to help our partners, to help our families. It used to be that men weren't expected to take care of the kids. And now, obviously, yeah, they're supposed to, which is good. It's a good skill to have. So with that point of view, oh yeah, it's kind of unfair that men haven't had that. And if that was what the men rights activists were talking about, or if we go legally, oh yeah, here are ways that men actually are discriminated in the workplace, and maybe we should change these. Oh yeah, that's fine. That's not what that tends to be. Unfortunately, men's rights activists tend to, well, they're kind of like the men going their own way. They're supposed to promote things that are good for men, but mostly it's women bashing. I'm not saying you can't be someone that's a men's rights activist and not be misogynistic. It's overwhelmingly that, which is unfortunate. A few years ago, there was a pretty explosive news about a man who went up on the bridge to Montreal and hung a banner saying "Daddy loves you." Because he lost his kids in a divorce proceeding, which He believed, you know, he was a good dad. He was entitled to be with his son, which he might have been. However, he was completely laughed out of the room. Out of the bridge, I would say. Did he have a point? Well, maybe he did. The court is, in the US, not disadvantageous for men. In Quebec, maybe I haven't looked. It's fine to point out ways that things are unequal and try to fix them. We want equality, right? And generally, you're gonna find equality with feminists. Well, aren't feminists supposed to help women and advantage women? Well, it's kind of what it ends up being, because societally, through history, you know, men have had all the powers, both politically, legally. Men have been in power for a ton of times. And I mean, we've had more freedoms, we had more autonomy. It's been a good time to be a man through human history compared to women. Being a woman in the year 200 sucked. It's so much better now. And we have to thank feminists for that. So they've helped women make progress. So feminism is there to help women and fuck men, right? No. You will find feminists online who will say, yeah, fuck men are dumb, yeah, women power. They're, by definition, not feminists. They probably call themselves as such, but by definition, that's not what a feminist is. A feminist strives for gender equality. Something that's often brought up to counter the feminist narrative is, oh, but it's okay for men to be perceived more positively because there's a draft. Men are expected to go to war in the event of a war, and we need more soldiers. Well, we don't need more men. Technology has progressed so that war isn't decided by how many feet are on the ground, mostly, especially in the US. It's about technology. But more importantly, feminists want to abolish the draft because it's unequal. Feminists, that's the official feminists movement. The draft is wrong because it hurts men. A draft, if it was fair, should include members of both genders. They're very on the left, so they tend to be completely anti-draft. There shouldn't be a military draft. There shouldn't be this practice in society that disadvantages one gender over the other. You don't hear him talk much about other ways that men are hurt because there aren't that many. There are some. They tend to be more cultural rather than legal. The draft is pretty much the only one. And it's hard to change culture as an united front. But these are the positions we have. Complete psychopath who think you can manipulate women into having sex with you. Member of a group who is supposed to try to advantage men. I don't know this guy. Maybe he'll be cool. And a feminist. A male feminist, of course. Of course. Can have women talk about women's issues, am I right? Who, as a feminist and as a generally progressive person, one of the worst things you can look at is someone who holds the same positions and the same values as you and be unable to argue favorably for their points. Which, again, haven't watched it. I'm not holding my breath that this feminist will be able to make his case strongly. So, yeah, we're gonna go a bit faster. Yeah, closed caption. Okay, so let's get it started. I had this video on the back burner for like a month. I'm really excited for it. So let's go for it.
A man says women say one thing but mean another. Another man teaches other men how to get women into bed. And finally,
when they say women say one thing, mean one other, the same holds true for men. Humans are bad at communicating. Ironically, women are better, but yeah, everybody does that.
one man says men need to learn to listen to what women want, what men really think of women today.
Oh, this is so early 90s. Oh man, I'm almost nostalgic. Look at that jacket. Oh, that low budget intro. Oh man.
noticed by the shots that we're taking, but this is an audience of all women today.
Oh, are they gonna
We've
take
invited
questions
men
from the
here
audience?
for
These
a
are
reason,
always bad.
Because we have three men
Oh,
with
man.
different points of view. These three men think
Obviously,
they
this is
know
old.
what
If
women think.
okay,
And
some
today
women
we're
will ask
find out.
questions,
Meet
and
Ross
if this was
Jeffries.
made
He says
today,
he got tired
you'd
of being
have
Mr.
YouTube
Nice
videos that are
Guy
like,
and being
yeah,
dumped by women.
red
He changed his
pill,
ways. He wrote a book
alpha
on
male
how to feel the same
destroys
way.
dumb
It is
feminists,
called
because
How to Get
they're
the
not
Women
very
You
articulated.
Desire
They're
into
my
Bed.
member of the audiences.
This is Mel Fight. Mel says women
Mel
say
Fight.
they want a sensitive guy, but the minute men get sensitive, women run the other way.
There is some truth to that. Women will explicitly say that they want a boyfriend, a partner who is able to show his vulnerable side. And then when that happens, because partly because men aren't great at expressing themselves emotionally, so it comes out a bit awkward, which in my opinion we should be tolerant of. But it comes out as not the best. Then some women will recoil after men show their vulnerable side. That's not great, right? I'm putting this on the shoulders of women out there. If your man is really showing his more sensitive side, be respectful and be, welcoming to his feelings. For a lot of men out there, it's hard to express how we feel. And when we're emotional and we allow ourselves to show our sadness and our anxiety, we're not very good at it yet. It's true. Men don't get as much training expressing their emotions as women. We don't know if it's biological or environmental, but yeah, we're not as good. There's no reason not to get better at it though. And we're not going to get better at it if, when we do it, women recoil. There's a portion of truth in there.
Finally, Bruce Weinstein. Bruce says he is pro-feminist and pro-woman. He thinks men would be a lot
At least this guy
better off
looks
if
good.
only-
Like,
but
who's the men right activist? Not you.
is Mel Fight. Mel says women's
If you had to guess, who's the misogynistic just from their looks? We found him. We found him. Who's the man who says he's a feminist but he's kind of a sexual creep? We found him. We found him.
and
Maybe he'll be chill.
pro-woman.
I don't know.
He thinks men would be a lot better off if they only learned to listen to what women have to say.
And I'm gonna have some pushback on the feminists too. Again, nobody's really good at saying what they actually want. It's hard to be vulnerable for both men and women. Again, women are better at it. If you say, oh, women, what do you want out of men? You're not gonna necessarily hear the truth. Doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to them though. You should have deeper discussion and be more comfortable getting into a deeper conversation. Which is very easy to do when you're in a relationship with someone you know and you trust.
Well, Ross and Mel, I guess you already realize that your positions are in the minority here.
No surprise.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stay out of this for a minute or two, and I want everybody. I'm just gonna fire off some questions, okay? Just so we get some answers, all right? And I may leave some of those balls hanging up there for you ladies to slam dunk later on, but that's your prerogative.
Ladies
all right?
can dunk.
Ross, what do women really want?
I don't care what they want. I only care.
That, Ross Jeffries, he's full of shit. He's not lying. He doesn't care what women want. Yes, that is Ross Jeffries.
What they respond to. See, my focus.
Yeah, this is a guy who's like, I'm gonna study psychology. I'm gonna look at behavioral psychology and nothing else. Everything else is not real to me because I just want to get benefits from it.
This is a little bit different from your other guests. There's what women say they want, there's what women think they want, and then there's what they actually respond to. I'm not an academic.
Yeah, you're not an academic. Yeah, no. He's completely ignoring the whole cognitive aspect of human beings, which is like the most fundamental and important and complex aspect. Again, his whole shtick is, I'm going to talk a certain way and say certain things. And then, women will want to fuck me. It doesn't work. We've seen videos of him failing horribly. His techniques fail constantly. And, He's not going to. My general impression of him is he does not consider women to be people. He does not consider other people to be people. He comes across as a big narcissist. And in the worst cases, people with narcissistic personality disorders, they don't think of other people as having an internal world. Like, they don't have an internal thought process. They don't have, ways they can understand the world that's different from them. Ross Jeffries speaks in a way to elicitate sexual excitation. That's not a word in English. Sexual arousal, better. Because that's what he thinks would be sexually arousing. Not because that's what women find sexually arousing. He can only see things from his point of view. Is the feeling I'm getting from him. I've only seen online videos of him. Give me a break.
I'm not a theoretician. I'm interested in what works on the street when it's time to date and mate. And what women actually respond to is not what they say they want.
So what
And again, if his chick worked, he could get a Nobel Prize. Big surprise, he doesn't have one. Publish your research. What research? You haven't done any? You don't know if that works? Yeah, of course you haven't.
respond to?
If you were an academic,
Respond to a guy
you would immediately reject what you're saying. Respond to a guy who's...
a challenge, a guy who's a question mark, a guy who keeps them guessing. You see, in the beginning, the less attractive you are physically, the more you have to rely on your attitude. And that's what I wrote my book for.
I mean, if you're butt ugly, yeah, you're gonna have to rely on something else. Duh. That's not saying much.
My book for the average looking, even ugly
Yeah,
guy
sell your book,
who goes out there in the real world and tries to be a nice guy, gets his head kicked in.
So no more Mr. Nice Guy.
This is an old talking point, isn't it? Yes. It's been going on for 30 years. Oh, nice, don't be a nice guy. Honestly, yeah. It's kind of funny because there's a whole belief that, oh yeah, the asshole gets the women, right? You gotta be a dick to women. Why? Because I'm a nice guy, but this guy over there, he's got a woman, but he must be an asshole. Not like me. I'm a nice guy. See? One of the fundamental aspects of human psychology is that we try to protect our ego. We don't like to think of our failures as being because of who we are. If I go to a job interview and I don't get the job, we'll generally tend to say, oh, I didn't get the job because they didn't like me. It wasn't the right fit. Maybe someone else was really good. Maybe they already had someone in mind for the job. We tend not to go, I don't think I got the job. Why? I don't think I was that good. I don't think I'm that competent at that job. Sometimes we will because our failures are very explicit. However, we overwhelmingly try to deflect. It's not me, because me good. Why me good? Because I want to feel good about myself. I'm protecting my ego. Like when you fail, it's not because of me. It's not because of who I am. You could say, oh, it's because I was tired. Something that you can change easily. Something that is circumstantial. That we'll say. But not because of something fundamental about myself. So that's why you get all these nice guys don't get girls. When? Yes, they do. Yes. I'm not kidding. The number one trait you can exhibit in a person that will make that person attractive for both men and women are looking nice. Like looking like a nice person. Being a warm person. I'm going to take the textbook out because I'm right into it, but it's the concept of a central trait. Personality traits who we attribute way more value to. And when it comes to attractiveness, looking nice, seeming like a nice person is the number one most important thing. I'm gonna go a bit further. Yes, a Word document. Okay, really simple, not gonna take long. I'm going to describe two people. He is an person A is an intelligent, ambitious. He is warm. And he is also, let's go with well-mannered. Okay. And we have a person B. Does it matter to R? Yes, to N. But person B is cold. Okay? People will rate person A something like +8, and will rate person B something like +3. Okay, so there's a swing of 5 points if we change warm and cold. If we change any other trait, like well-mannered, he's boorish, not very well-mannered, then we get something like, oh, a 2-point swing. It's not that important. Because the central trait, warmness, is more encompassing of other traits. If someone is nice, it has more implication of what that person is in a positive light. And if it's cold, it's the opposite. That's a central trait. Traits that affect more aspect of a person, we value more highly. Being nice, don't feel like you're trivial compared to me. I spent 8 years in college learning this, so don't feel too bad about that. I'm sure you've got your own fields of expertise. Okay, so yeah, being nice, yeah, it has an impact. It has, again, it's a bit further away because where are my books today? They're upstairs. But yeah, the warmness is the central trait. It's the most important thing.
You can be pleasant. You see, we've got to define our terms. By nice, I mean accommodating. When you accommodate, you get what the commode gets. You get the crapola. You have...
You can see he's a hack. Like, you don't want to be accommodating. Why? Because you get what the commode gets. You've got your lines that you're rehearsing. Yeah, sure. Your opinion on something personal? Yeah, what's up? I used to do therapy, so if it's very personal, I don't mind. I know, I'll keep going for a little bit, so write your message as you want.
You have to learn how to say no to a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, being assertive is not bad, so he's not completely wrong. It's good. Good Lord, the purple right now.
As I said, I'm going to let a lot of these things hang, and you can all take them on later. But so this, I guess, attitude is your word.
Yeah,
This
so the
attitude
crowd
you now
disagrees.
have is more appealing to women?
The attitude is vastly more appealing. Basically, the attitude is, I make no excuses for what I want. And number two, I don't need you. You need me. Now, bear in mind...
Jeez. Two things. Okay, yeah. You can have an assertive attitude and still be nice, right? They're not incompatible at all. Matter of fact, if you look at, great leaders, like if you're in a team project, the person that takes control will also takes into account other people's feelings. These will be the people who are considered the most worthy of your leadership or whatever. Second thing.
The attitude is, I make no excuses for what I want. And number two, I don't need you. You need me. Now, bear in...
The whole, I don't need you, you need me. Yeah, that's hard pickup artist stuff. This is demonstrate your value. It's something we see a lot about men's stuff. And it's just like, how could I put this? If you demonstrate your value by your personality and what you're able to bring in the relationship between the dynamic of the two people, that's something that's good to put forward. You know, like, I don't know, my girlfriend is very, she's got ADHD. She's very disorganized and impulsive. Well, I'm very not impulsive. So that makes it a good match because I bring something that's of value here. They often talk about money. Oh, you need to have money and money and money. And it doesn't pan out. Here he's being a little bit vague though. Okay, so I'm 24 and I'm supposed to get married in 2 to 4 years, and there is plenty of options for me to choose from. That seems good. Either a grill who work as a doctor because I'm a medical student, but I want to marry a beautiful girl with good sexy body who stays at home to raise our kids and like to cook me different food every day. So a more traditional wife versus a more career-oriented wife. Honestly, there isn't an answer I can give you that would be accurate. It's you're 24. 24 is a point where you're getting pretty well informed on what you want in life. And obviously, you know, you're just giving me preliminary information. I can't, you know, have a full context here. It's really about what you want and what you prioritize. If you're someone that's very financially anxious, and, you know, to you, being able to retire at age 55, going with a career-oriented woman is probably better. How much is it important for you to raise a family and to have someone who, again, is able to cook? I mean, I do the cooking around here, but if it's that important to you, you do have to like try to find what is your personal balance. Me, I'd probably go for the doctor. I don't put a whole lot of emphasis on the good sexy body, mostly because you're in your 20s, that good sexy body will fade for everyone. It's very temporary. But the other aspects are important and they'll probably be stable. Like she just she wants to stay at home with the kids. I'm assuming like she's a very caring and motherly person. And if that's something you value, it's totally fine, you know. So yeah, it's very much up to you. You do have to ask yourself, like, what is it that I want now? What do I think I will want later? And that's not easy to get an answer to that. So yeah. Yeah, that's the problem with psychology students. Like, oh, what's the answer to that situation? Well, that depends on many things, and there are no right answers. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie that there's. Listen, I'm looking for the feature I looks for. Do you mean you don't have a sexy body? Women have weird tastes in bodies. That's as I grew older. Okay, no. It's fine. Yeah, you're looking for the features you look for, I'm assuming, down the line or after a while. I mean, if I move away from the whole individual psychology thing, the economy is going to shit. And personally, yeah, I mean, I'm really projecting, that's my personality, but to me, economic anxiety is important and like financial stability. Things are not gonna get better. Like, I'm assuming you don't have a house. The market's not gonna get better soon. I think if it does, I'm happy for you. I'm not happy for me because I bought a house, but yeah, features to look for. And I mean, if it's a doctor too, a doctor is supposed to be caring, supposed to have those qualities. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's, do you want a family or do you want to focus strongly on the family? If you do, but if you want to focus on the family, the finance is so important too. Yeah, don't listen to what I would do, but I would go with the woman who is more professionally inclined. But I would not judge you for going for the more trad wife person. Personally, I'd be afraid if having a wife who's more of a stay-at-home wife is a realistic prospect for the future. Oh, your English is not good. Well, sorry, mine is perfect. So, take that. No, but just want to have time to raise kids to cook. Take a. I mean, something I talk about is in a wife. Do you want a subservient person who is there for your needs, or do you want a partner? Right? Do you want something that you will treat as your equal, that is as equally capable as you, or someone not to boss around, but to be the person that take cares of things at home? Me, I go for the first one, right? I want to have a wife that I can argue with, that I can that we can get into debate, that we can have fun, that is I mean, it's gonna sound arrogant, but my intellectual equal, right? If I want someone that's subservient to me, I'll get a dog, which I have one. So and I mean, it's kind of a harsh thing to say, like I'm assuming that's not like your point of view, that oh yeah, I want someone that will be my slave or something like that. But yeah, is your wife someone that's there to be like a mom to you? It can be, but if it is, you do have to resolve to that's what I want. I know plenty of people who are in good relationships that like the distribution of role. Yeah. That's what I assume. Yeah, not like a slave. That'd be weird. I mean, do you see it as negative if you're the one that takes more care of the kids and you cook more? Because I mean, you're in med school, so maybe you'll be a doctor soon. But yeah, my girlfriend and I, we make the same amount of money, so we split the household task pretty equally. But if my girlfriend made, I don't know, 200K a year, and I'd be a stay-at-home dad, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I should be the one that takes on a bigger role in the house. It's an equal relationship. So yeah, I mean, it's your point of view if you think that cooking at home is like subservient or something, with whatever. I'm a friend with my medical gear, so I will feel that I'm different from my friend. Oh, don't do that. You are your own person. You have your own needs. If it's the same as your friends, that's fine. Do it for you, what you feel you need. Yeah, like if your friends all married, a mixture. Like you've got 4 friends, 2 of them marry a medical girl, 2 of them marry a stay-at-home wife. What would you pick? Go it with what you want. Don't feel pressure to do it. And when early 20s, you still feel a bit of pressure from others, especially if you're close with your friends. Yeah, don't go with what you want, what you need. I mean, think about it. If one of your friends was like, oh, I'm marrying a girl, she's really nice, she's gonna stay at home and take care of the kids while I go to work, would you think less of that person? I'm guessing no. I'm guessing you'd be like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead, man. That's your choice. It's probably how they feel too. People don't judge us as much as we think they do. We judge ourselves way more. But and actually I'd say it's really smart to ask yourself the question and to hesitate. I wouldn't say maybe taking advice from randos on the internet is the wisest choice, but consider your options. Don't tell me, do you want, I want you to think with me, that will be the best. Don't tell me, do what you want, I want you to think with me. Theoretically. Yeah, again, that's the frustrating thing. There is no best answer. I mean, my choice, I know what it is. It's a medical girl. That's mine. You're the one that needs to make your choice. My needs are different from yours. My wants are different from yours. I do get a lot of used to, since I'm a teacher now, but clients that says like, yeah, but what am I supposed to do? No, I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to help you come to your own conclusion. I'm not your dad. Sure. It's obvious that there are benefits and inconvenience to marrying someone who is very career minded. That's for sure. I do know that personally I put a lot of value on financial stability, which is the crux of my decision were I in your shoes. So, um, beautiful of her would be like 6 or 7 out of 10. Everybody would be about 4 out of 10. No good food, no good raise of kids because she will not have enough time. She won't like spoils you with. She won't spoil you with making good food, learning new recipe and shit, and no sexy clothes. She probably won't dance to you because doesn't want to dance. That's a medical girl. Yeah, they're poor dancers. Sure. No, but no, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, for the first one, beauty and sexiness will fade, but um, I'm assuming that this medical girl, it's part of her personality to be less inclined to wear sexy clothes because obviously medical students can wear sexy clothes just as much as anyone, but might probably is part of her personality more. Um, and honestly, here's the thing uh, with what you're writing right now. Assuming that let's say you start a relationship with that medical girl, right? And you're like, well, in a relationship, I want a girlfriend that is good with food, that is good with kids, that will take care of the kids, that will sometimes wear sexy clothes for me because, ooh, I like that, which is totally fine. And that will dance for me. Yeah, these are your needs. You can talk with her about them, right? You can, I mean, okay, no, wait. I think that these are like theoretical people, but this person who is this med student, you can talk with her and be like, what I want out of, can talk about her beauty though. All right. Yeah, sure. Agree. Something that I want, something I need in a partner is something that will sometimes give me these small attentions. Like, oh, that, I don't know, once a month, try out a new recipe that we can try together. And, when we have sex, I'd like it to be special. That's important for me. It's something you discuss before making your choice, right? When you get to know the person. And once you do, Oh, okay. So if that's a deal breaker, if she doesn't want to do any of these things, and that's really important for me, yeah, don't take her. But it's something that it helps to communicate your needs and her needs towards what you can bring pretty clearly. So, I won't have time to do these things. She was studying, go to work most of the days. Uh, yeah, doctors tend to work a lot, obviously. And I mean, that's something you bring up to her, and she's like, "No, I'm gonna be working," and like, well, that's a deal breaker for me. But yeah, it seems like what you're bringing to the table is there are things I want, but also money. I mean, to me, the traditional girl, the biggest one seems to be financial. I am slowing down on this video a lot, but whatever. I like it. At least you're a med student. You got that going for you. So finance isn't as much of a burden in theory, if all goes well, which I sure hope. Yeah, if you're if I was a doctor, the I no doubt the importance of financial stability would be lower for me. That's true. That's true. Less money, and yeah, it's a big thing. Full insurance that she will raise the kid, right? Yep, absolutely. Raising kids is hard. Like, kids might be not interesting to her. Yes, yeah. She might not raise them right. Also, she might be lazy on the homework stuff. Also, again, low money income, which is a big thing these days. It is a big thing. I mean, yeah, you're trying to, again, if I understand this right, these are like two theoretical girls that you might have to choose from at some point down the line, and you're trying to see, okay, what would be a good match for me at some point? Yeah. So already big uncertainty, right? Because ton of characteristics from both women are important, and now you're saying, okay, so I'm not sure which to choose from, women A and women B, when they have these things, medical and trad wife. But what if the medical one has that thing and she's also not good at that and she's not good at that. But what if the traditional one is not good at that? You're in a very, very theoretical space. And at this point, obviously you can choose. You have very little information on which to go on. Yeah, like, oh, if I go for a 12 wife, things might go wrong that way. They might go that way. She might be that way. She might be that way. Yes, that's a worry. You can't. It's impossible to make the right choice when you have so little information, right? It's why when you try and you figure these things out, you're like, okay, let's say that these women had the same characteristics. One is good with kids, one is career oriented. Which one would I choose? Because then, okay, so if I choose the one that's good with kid, family is more important to me than financial stability. So that helps you out. But if you're like, woman A has this list of things and woman B has this list of things and there's like 30 different things on boats, you're like, which one do I choose? You haven't like been able to prioritize what you want, right? So in this kind of exercise, what you want to do is, these two women are identical, but that one thing is different and that one thing is different. Which one do I choose? Oh, the one that's better with the family. Okay, so again, let's say I have two trad wives that I could marry. One is a great cook and one is really good at doing sexy dances. What's more important? Oh, cooking is more important. Okay, so I value her ability to cook more than her ability to be sexy. And then you start to figure out what is actually important to you. Oh yeah. You can make sure that, and that's why you get separations, you get divorces. Like, oh, you get to a relationship and you think it's gonna go one way and it doesn't. And sometimes you can't anticipate it. Like, I think my girlfriend's gonna be good with our future kid. If she's not, we're gonna have to work through that. And if we can't, it might lead to us splitting up. We're playing with a lot of unknowns. It's unfortunate, but it's part of life. And we try to make the good decisions. And sometimes we don't have enough to go off on. And with the limited information you have, you can make a decision. And at that time, that decision seemed correct. And it'll fail, maybe. Doesn't mean that you made the wrong decision. Sometimes you can make all the right decisions and still lose. It's life. It sucks. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd say you really need to figure out, of all these things, try and take them individually. Which one? So fuck it? No, not fuck it. Try your best still. It's pointless to think that all of this is pointless. We should try to make the best choice. And figuring out exactly what it is for you seems to be where you're at right now. And like, you seem a bit analytically minded. So you're like, oh, there's so many things here, and there's so many things here. Which one do I take? Try and take them slowly. And I mean, you're 24. You've got time to start dating a little bit. Date a girl that's more traditional. How does it feel? Does it feel right? Do you feel good at this moment? Okay, well, that can help. But yeah, there's no answer. There's no correct answer. There's only you can only try your best. And boy, what a worthless statement. Do your best and don't feel bad. Not feeling bad sometimes is the best thing you can do. Okay. So, back to it. But yeah, I remember when I was in my early 20s, finding a good partner, big source of anxiety for me. Don't feel bad because you're worried about it. Thankfully, we're good at figuring shit out as we grow older.
Mind, I don't verbalize it. Exactly. Now, you see this response here. You should never verbalize the attitude. You show it in your behavior.
You're sitting here pointing your finger at him. Stand up and tell us why you're pointing at him.
No, I was just saying that
Oh, God.
he's just got
Audience
a
question.
judgment of what women are like. And I think
Yes,
what he
that's
should
true.
do is just develop his own self, and then he's going to find these
The
relationships work better.
sleazebag you see is the real me. I found the real me. I think
It's true. How did I know she's the one? I didn't. She came up to me. She was like, hey, you want to have lunch with each other? All right. And we laughed. Actually, she knew I was the one before I did for her. I mean, I don't really believe in the concept of the one, but my girlfriend We were both social workers, which is a stressful job. I mean, you're learning to be a doctor, so the stress level is similar. And we've had lunch a few times. She came into my office and she was like, this morning was rough. Oh my, I don't know. I'm gonna deal with this. There's too much. And I told her, great. Let's make a suicide pact. Which, not a technique I would, suggest to use to seduce women. But that exact brand of dark humor that we share, made her realize, a suicide pact. Like, if things keep going poorly, we'll drink the Kool-Aid and end this. I knew her a little bit, so I knew this joke would go well. But she liked that I make these kinds of jokes. And she does too. And that was when she thought, oh, he's the one. He's just like me. He's able to laugh at the awful things in life the same way I can. So that's how she realized that. She realized that we had that in common, which was important to her. As for me, what made me... Personally, I wouldn't say there was a moment. It was spending a lot of time and just feeling comfortable. It was a few months of not dating, of just having lunch with each other. Although it might be faster than it would be for you because we were in our early 30s and we've got less time for bullshit dating stuff like flirting back and forth. No. Like we started having lunch from time to time. I told her that joke maybe in November and I asked her on a date on December. So it was pretty fast. And considering we weren't seeing each other outside of work. So that was pretty fast, and we didn't get serious until a few months in, and at that point we knew each other pretty well. So, and we're honest with each other. We communicate well, as much as we can, and it works out. All right, back to Ross. Yeah, I really dislike that commentary of you need to work on yourself. Like, that's completely irrelevant to discussion.
His own self, and then he's going to find these relationships
The
work better.
sleazebag you see is the real me. I found the real me. I think
Yeah, that is the real him. That Ross Jeffries is not great.
you prejudged us. I mean, the audience reaction at the top of the show showed that the women here have prejudged us. I think it's a
They judge Ross accurately. Mel?
comment on women that they respond to the kind of manipulative behavior that Ross is encouraging that men do. That's a sad comment on you. Listen,
Whoa.
the real me. I found the real me. I think you prejudged us. I mean, the audience reaction at the top of the show showed that the women here have prejudged us. I think it's a sad comment on women that they respond to the kind of manipulative behavior that Ross is encouraging that men do.
What? Oh, no. He's blaming women for being easily manipulated. He's blaming the victims. No. Oh, we're not married. We're not gonna get married. Marriage in Quebec is very unpopular. Religiosity is very low, and it's very normalized to be separated. But we've been in a relationship for about 5 years.
Judged us. I think it's a sad comment on women that they respond to the kind of manipulative behavior that Ross is encouraging that men do. That's a sad comment on you. Listen.
I mean, it doesn't work. We've seen it doesn't work.
You know what I found? I found
Whatever.
the nice guys who, when I'm on the radio or TV, nice guys call up and go, well, it wouldn't be myself. It's the nice guy who's the phony, who's not being his real self, because he's afraid he can't do anything.
So you're going back to my point.
Jesus Christ. Doesn't believe that niceness exists. Okay, that's great. That's great. People who are nice are pretending to be nice. That's Ross Jeffries right there.
Are jerks.
No.
And some hide it.
Wait, never mind. She nailed that. Wait, that woman's killing it. He's saying that men who are nice are faking it.
He's afraid he can't do anything.
So you're going back to my point. All men are jerks.
No.
And some hide it.
Oh no, it's the host. Yeah. I would have been surprised if it was the audience member.
But isn't that what you just said? Is all men are sort sort of
No.
jerks, and some of them try to
No,
sugarcoat
what
it.
I'm
Is that
saying
what you
is,
just said?
no, what I'm saying is that, what I'm saying is,
I said I was
thank
going to
you.
stay out of it, and I can't.
What I'm saying is that there's
I feel you, girl.
power imbalance in favor of women when it comes to dating and sex. And women through their
In 1992. Like, again, do I still have it? Do I still have it? Do I still have it? No. Okay. Average number of sexual partner. Gender. Is that the one? Nope, not that one. I wish I could find the actual study, but whatever. Yeah, so according to CDC, men have more sexual partners than women. Like, what do you want me to say? You just, I know it's a commonly held belief that women, you know, their vaginas is the, how could I say? They're the gatekeeper of sexuality, right? Oh, men will have sex with anything, but it's the women. And so because they have all the power, they can choose to have sex with who they want. And that makes them more promiscuous. But what we're saying is, no, men have more sexual partners. Men are more promiscuous. The whole idea that there's this power dynamics between women and men, it doesn't hold true to stats. Like, the idea that, like, it feels like it's an old Puritan idea that women don't want to have sex, right? Which is why they're holding back from having it. When sex is really good for women. And I mean, there is one good reason women don't want to have sex as much. It's because there's a bigger risk for them, especially if their legal landscape prevents them from applying birth control as they wish. But, you know, and also, even if that was true, what a terrible mindset to have. Again, don't you want to have relationships based on equalities and respect and not this person has more power than this person? It's insane. Oh, no, actually. I mean, yeah. So, first of all, I tend to stand with a more progressive position. But, yeah, no, as we've seen, oh, women have more sex than men. Zoom in a bit. Average numbers of sex partners by age. Women, 35% have 0 to 1, 29 to 4, 23 5 to 9, and 30% have 10 plus. Men, slightly less have 0 and 1 than women. Slightly less have 2 to 4 partners. 20% have less than women, 5 and 9. And more, 22% of men aged 20-24 have had 10 or plus sexual partners. Men having more sexual partners is more common than women. And I'm not like gonna shit on you for like being like, yeah, man, wake up. Yeah, that makes sense to me that women would have had more sexual partners because women tend to date slightly older men. But stats. You could go with the idea that, oh, maybe actually women have more sex, but yeah, they don't say it, so it doesn't show up on the stats. It's not impossible. You'd have to bring... it's the CDC. It's 2014. It's a bit older at this point. I absolutely trust the CDC. If I can trust the CDC, I can trust shit. I don't blame you for being like, oh, let's be critical. It's great to be critical of studies. But unless we have good reason to think that this data is wrong, you can't just reject it because you don't agree with it. Again, it felt right that, yeah, women, especially young women, have more sexual partners than men. That makes sense to me. Not, you gotta look at objective data. I think there's one. Is there one that's reversed? 2018 survey, men have 26 and women 19. LGBTQ is going to be different, for sure. Lifetime average, 2017 survey. Online doctor superdrug. Okay, they're reporting on the study. Or did they do it? Yeah, no, can't really tell if the methodology is right. Millennials, I don't care about millennials. I mean, if you got contradictory data, of course, I'd love to look at it. These aren't sites. Yeah, I think this is coming from a male perspective because I used to think that way too. Before I started a long-term relationship, that changed my perspective a lot. Like, yeah, the idea was like, oh yeah, men, yeah, they want to fuck all the time, and like, you can ask a man like in the middle of the street, hey, do you want to fuck? Yeah, sure. Hey, why not? Yeah, I'm into it. And a woman has to be like convinced a bit more. And then as I had more sexual partners, I was like, oh no, women think sex is the shit. Like, I'm not gonna be here and say, yeah, I'm a sex god, but every woman I've had sex with sure seemed like they were enjoying their times more than I was. It was fine for me. It was fantastic for them. I'm okay at sex. I don't, whatever. That's irrelevant. But yeah. I mean, I don't know what your sexual history is, but when a woman comes, Jesus Christ, they don't chill out. They are not petite little flowers, coyly expressing a small amount of pleasure. No, they're loud and raunchy. But maybe that's the case for Quebec girls. Normal time for a guy to last? Ooh, isn't the average around 5 minutes? Average time for ejaculation in male. Yeah, 5 to 7. Premature, I think, is under 2 minutes. And then you gotta get to the oral. What's the definition of premature? 4% of men have almost no control. Ooh, that's not great. There's treatment. Thank fuck. We don't have a definition for premature. Oh, wait. Less than 1 minute to over half an hour for normal. Oh well. Why do I last 2 hours in bed? There are worse problems. Sex is not allowed in your country. Damn. I'm not gonna make a joke about that because that sucks. Although, you know what? I will say, sex is not that much better than masturbation. It's like, if masturbation is a 6, sex is a 7.5. It's appreciably better. But it's not like it's a magical experience. It's like, oh, yes, I would like to have that again, please. It's like frozen pizza versus restaurant pizza. Frozen pizza is fine, but you would always choose restaurant pizza. Don't tell me pizza's banned in your country. That'd be sickening. All right, back to it.
Behavior through showing men what they actually respond to
force men to act in a certain way. Yes,
Oh, come on. The persecution complex. Oh, we're forced to act like bad boys.
And I'm here to say,
Go, feminist dude.
it is time for men to give up our power and authority and our privilege because we have dominated women.
That's
we've
very bad
dominated other
language.
men, we've dominated the planet for too long, and it has got to stop.
Oh god, this guy's shit. Oh no. He PhD! No! Oh, listen, man, if you're a feminist and you want equal rights and you want people to listen, don't talk that way. My god. Like, the point of feminism is to bring everyone to be equals, not for men to give up powers and to shut up. That's... God damn it. That guy's bad. Like... You have to be so charitable to read what he just said and not think he's a total psycho.
To say that it is time for men to give up our power and authority and our privilege because we have dominated women, we have dominated other men, we have dominated the planet for too long, and it has got to stop.
Jesus! This guy sucks! Thinking? I don't know what thinking is. He's pretty thick in the head. I mean, he's got a PhD though. Oh! No, look. It's fine to understand that men have had privileges built into society and to want to make society more equal. Don't put it like, oh, men have it easy, they need to suffer. Like, gee, no. Every man who listens to this would be like, yeah, don't fuck that guy. Like, no wonder feminism gets a bad rep. Like, the point of feminism is not to push down on men. It's to help women rise. And these small ways that men are disadvantaged, we eliminate those too. Like, God! Nothing worse than seeing someone who you should agree with be so fucking bad at expressing himself. God. No, don't applaud, don't.
That we're jerks, you want to hear that we have all the power. You know, the most important unspoken truth about men is that we are very angry. A lot of us are very angry at women. And this is a good example. You're showing why we're angry. You're not even listening. You don't want to listen to what we have to say. And
I'm afraid that they heard it.
I don't think that...
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of anger, but it tends to be a misconstruction of what women want and how society actually is. Yeah. Hasn't said much yet, the MRA,
The
but...
reason that men don't communicate about their anger, we keep it secret, is because when we try to tell you why we're angry, you respond with ridicule, with
Okay, why are you
disbelief,
angry?
or your own anger.
I'm not angry, I'm satisfied because I know how to manipulate women and get what I want. But let me say, his point is so preposterous. Get a shot of this audience. Every woman sitting here is sitting on more power.
I can't blame them for taking a shot on him.
You control the action
Like this,
of sex, and that is an incredible...
everybody on this panel is trash.
Says yes or no.
Feminism is made to make some supporters to the gay stuff that America started on 2015. You mean gay rights? Some supporters to the gay... I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I'll allow it. But on 2015? What? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Has the power, and that makes, wait a second, a lot of men feel, you don't know this, but it's the truth, a lot of men feel powerless and degraded and dehumanized by the sexual system whereby the man asks and the woman decides. We feel harassed every minute of every day of our lives, and it's about time that you understand that. When we look at...
I agree. Some men do feel angry, well, when they look at the sexual marketplace or whatever. It's because these ideas that this whole system is unfair towards men and that women are, trying to destroy them and are very superficial. Like, it's made up. You're pushing that idea, and there's often a grain of truth, but here, like, your entire brand is to push the idea that women are bad and that they're trying to destroy men. And, again, can't blame you with this guy on the right, but you're making the men angry.
Wait, I'm sorry, one second. Bruce, Mel, stand up.
Yeah, he's got a skirt. He's nailing it.
No, what it invites is hypocrisy. What it invites.
Oh. What? Doesn't that invite harassment? Oh, it was 1992. Trans people were shit on a lot back then.
Now, doesn't that invite harassment?
Still now.
No, what it invites is hypocrisy. What it invites is, you know, the fashion rage for women this year is a man's suit and tie.
Sure.
When you decide to ridicule me and my skirt, you gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding, Faye.
I don't like the length, and I don't.
Actually, yeah, I agree. I mean, again, 1992, completely different ideas of gender expectations. Yeah, why make fun for a man for wearing a skirt if he wants to? Same things for... I'd say making fun of women for wearing suit is weirder, but whatever, they're both bad. Oh, you mean acceptance of gay marriage? I mean, that was gonna happen no matter what. Like, as time moves forward, progressive ideas get more and more mainstream. Like, support for gay marriage has only been going up for the last 20 years. Actually, can we... Maybe we can get for gay marriage, US. And obviously, this generation is the most progressive we've ever seen. Per year, if we can get maybe a 20-year thing. Something by year, 2018. Go for images. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's gonna work out. From 96 to 2020. Yeah, should gay marriage be recognized as valid? Yeah, like we've got across all party lines. From 1996 to 2020, it's gone up consistently. We look at 2015. I mean, 2015 hasn't had much effect. Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, what? No, I was gonna say, like, when Obama pushed for it, it was a big pushback from Republicans, but there was a small one from Democrats too. That's interesting. But yeah, and it's only gonna go up from now, still. Like, you don't? I do. Sorry. I mean, your country seems to be more conservative than mine, so I'm not gonna like shit too much on you. I mean, when I was younger, much younger, I was probably less pro gay rights than I am now. But yeah, because they pushed a lot that it's gonna be bad when gay marriage happens, right? It's gonna be bad, and so they're gonna come after the kids, or they're gonna want to marry their dogs, and obviously that didn't happen. Duh. When it happened, and yeah, everything was fine, support goes up. Same thing happened with socialized healthcare, like in Canada. In 1945, which was the year socialized healthcare got implemented in Canada, support for socialized medicine, 50-50. It's split. Now, it's 90-10. Everyone likes it. Because, we're not sure is it going to be okay, and then it happens, and okay, things are fine. We legalized weed in 2018, I think, in Canada. Before that, people didn't have good attitude towards weed. But now, it's just weed. It's fine, actually. Yeah. I mean, it sucks that you don't support things like gay marriage. It's not going to get better for you. It's going to keep, I mean, depending on the state and your government, but as things go, there's more acceptance. When was the biggest rise? 2013. Well, yeah, around 2012 is when it really rose. It's where you're in Canada too. Okay.
I think it matches the sweater is my problem with it.
Yeah, nice recovery, girl, but still.
When men stand up for themselves, what do they expect from women? Ridicule. You proved it.
I mean, obviously, he wore that to bait them, but then again, it did work. You have no one to blame but yourself, 1992 host.
Guilty right here. I admit it. You have a question.
Yes, my question is directed to him. What's your name again? Ross. I think
Ross.
Ross. She said Ross. Ross, I think you're gonna end up.
Say it right.
Ross.
Ooh, we know where he ends up, because now it's 30 years later.
I think you're gonna end up a very lonely man.
Is he married? Wait, can we find out? That'd be fun. He's still making videos. Yeah, he looks older. Yeah. Is he married? Do we know? No. Damn it. Well, then again, it's prying into his personal life.
But you got to understand, he says quite the contrary. He says he has a much better dating life, romance life, sex life now.
It's incomparably better. I mean, you know, let's look at reality. The reality is that nice guys not only do nice guys finish last, they often don't even get into the race. And you want to talk about fashion? If a woman does like a nice guy, it's her way of making a fashion statement. It's fashionable for her to like
And Ross is absolutely right. Women have a lot of sexual power, and he has the courage to say that. He's making a mistake, though. He's encouraging men to simply surrender to that power. And I think, you know, if you're a man and you follow Ross's advice, you're going to get more sex, but you're going to have less self-respect. There are more important things in life than getting
We all disagree on that point, but
Oh, I don't hate that. Like, yeah, he's saying, assuming that Ross Jeffries' ideas work,
and he has the courage to say that.
why do you define yourself with the amount of sex you're having? If you have sex with a lot of people, like, that doesn't make you a good or a bad person. Same if you don't have sex, that doesn't make you a bad person.
Mistake, though. He's encouraging men to simply surrender to that power. And I think, you
That's
know,
not bad.
if you're a man
He's
and you
better
follow
than
Ross's
Ross.
advice, you're going to get more sex, but you're going to have less self-respect. There are more important things in life than getting
we all disagree on that point. But let me get to the commercial break, and we'll come back and find out why in a moment.
Commercial. Oh no. How to get the woman you desire into bed. Not available in bookstores. It's the same now. Go to my website and buy my DVD set. Oh. Man. The more things changes, the more they stay the same. Oh.
Yeah, I think that they just have had bad experiences with women, so they're just somewhat poisoned against women in general.
True?
Never fails. Every show we do, we talk about our feelings. Someone stands up and said, we've had bad experiences.
I believe he had bad experiences with women. Ross, he thinks he's the shit.
You're trying to trivialize what we're saying, and I resent it. It's the hostility that men and women have for each other that's poisoning our relationships. We've got to be able to talk about it and listen to one another non-judgmentally.
I don't think I've been poisoned. I think I'm just doing what works.
Faith,
It's a matter of doing what
as I
works.
said.
One thing the women's movement has taught me is to avoid speaking for other people. So I would like to ask you, if you think that men need to change in some fundamental ways and do a better job at listening to you, please clap your hands.
What's smarmy?
What? What are you? Why are you here?
This guy's like he's running for office here. He knows how to work the crowd.
No, Ross, I agree. He's just trying to get the audience on his side. You're supposed to be the feminist. Your position should intrinsically allow you to be on the audience's side. What is this?
You know what? It's not a stretch for him to get this audience to agree with
I,
his point.
the person I like the least is actually a feminist.
Mummified halls of academia. I
I'm not
understand
speaking as an
he's
Fucking
I'm
nuts.
not
Speaking as an academic.
deeper. I'm talking for the little guy out there who gets his head kicked in and always winds up being the buddy, the big brother, and here is, let's be friends. You want a friend, lady? Get a dog. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a political debate. This is the vacuous, empty Democrat that says nothing but tries to get easy claps, and this is the guy spouting bullshit confidently. And it's not a bad strategy if you want to look tough.
And here's the thing you have to know about Bruce, Faith. Here's the thing that's important for women. There's something important for women to know about Bruce.
We just met. How do you know about him?
But he's doing something that men
Oh,
have
please
done
shut on him.
to women.
Shut on him.
He's
Yes, yes.
putting you up on a pedestal. He's keeping you free from criticism. I respect you enough to, if I think you're full of it, I'm going to tell you. He won't.
You know what men need to do? What the point of the women?
No, he's not even, well, he's reverse wrong. He's not putting women on a pedestal. He's putting men in the dirt. Like, I can't even shit on the MRA guy. I mean, I feel like Ross and Mel, the MRA guy, just like, oh, they found an easy dunk on the feminist dude. Like, oh, we can just shit on him. And it's going to be really easy to look good. I do agree. He is a FK tard. What? 1992 sucked. Oh.
Movement is not to make everyone feminine. The point, as I understand it, is to make everyone whole. So what men need to do is reclaim the femininity that we've lost.
I can't believe you. I'm the one who's sitting here in a skirt. You're the one who's dressed.
The femininity that we've lost. Okay, I don't think it's bad for men to embrace more feminine behavior, like talking about your emotions more openly or be caring towards others. That's very good. There's no femininity to reclaim. Like, it's not like, oh, in the wild, in the primal time, women were these feminine things. No, we're focusing on hunting and gathering. Like, we've had thousands of years of men being very embracing masculine social roles. And some of them are not positive for us or women. And it's okay to recognize that some of the things that are stereotypically men aren't necessarily good. And they can be done in other ways. But there's no femininity to reclaim. In 1992, right now, this is the most feminine men have ever been through human history. Except maybe during the disco time. What is there to reclaim? Redefine what a man is and ought to be, yes. Not reclaim some long lost knowledge.
Very conservative male attire. You haven't begun to question anything about masculinity.
I agree.
So I can look up your skirts. I mean, I don't have any problem with it. There's an absolute...
I mean, Mel is poorly intentioned, but he's not wrong.
Ross, is there a woman in the audience that you'd like to ask out?
Pardon me?
Is there a woman in the audience you'd like to ask out?
I'm booked up.
Oh, yes.
1993. Sorry, ladies.
I should have done it.
I'd like to know, when is the last
Would
time
have
you
failed
had a
so
real
hard.
commitment with a lady? And did she respect how you treated her?
I cannot hear you. One more time.
When is the last time you had a real relationship with a lady?
What makes you think it's your business?
See? My business? Well, you're sitting up there like you know everything about women.
And deal with the issues.
He just made a personal
hang
attack
on a
against
second,
me, and
Ross.
yet he's
I think
asking
it is
me
a fair question, and I will tell you why I think it is a fair question, because you wrote this book saying you've got the answers.
You know what?
I mean, more importantly, what he's advocating for is very like for surface level. Right? You do these techniques and you'll get sex. You won't get a meaningful relationship from a casual sexual encounters. And well, I mean, specifically Ross Jeffries doesn't seem like a guy that's able to connect well to others. So I don't think it's inappropriate and, just dodging the question, but he's in a position of power. It's very easy for him to get a dunk on her. It's very much the business of the people. Like, if you're advocating for a way to act with women and you aren't able to sustain a healthy relationship, kind of showing that maybe your techniques aren't what men need. But also, it's kind of trying to show that he's an hypocrite. Like, oh, you're advocating for this, but you're not in a good relationship. But that's not a good argument, because it might be personal to him. So that's, it's just, again, people you agree with aren't good at arguing their points. Story of my life.
At the moment, I'm having lots of fun. I don't have a personal commitment to one person. Although I have been with someone I've loved for a long time, me.
Let me ask you.
Ross is very honest. Ross is so honest. I will never call him full of shit. I mean, he is full of shit because his shit doesn't work, but he does not believe that he's lying. For sure. For sure. Look at his smug face. Look at that. He's a cartoon.
Although I have been with someone I've loved for
I love hating him.
Let me ask you.
Look at him. Ah, come on. Yeah, this is a smag.
Given that, let me ask you this. Do
That
you
shit-eating grin.
satisfied the one that you're with?
It goes without saying she's going to be satisfied if she's with me. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm serious about one thing. I'm being a little obnoxious to get a response, but I'm serious about one thing.
Got it.
I honestly do believe that there's no better way a woman can win, spiritually, physically, emotionally, than being with me. I really believe that. I really do.
Answer the question. Does it matter to you if the woman is satisfied?
Yes.
It does matter.
Because she's
Please
gonna
move
come
on
back
from
for
your
more.
pre-canned
It's
answers.
in my own interest to see that she's satisfied. It's chapter 18 in my book.
And it's pathetic. Ross's arrogant attitude works with women. I think it's pathetic. I think it's pathetic.
But you seem to be putting the blame on women.
Well, he's been conditioned by women. This is the result. This is what you get. You get a fellow like Ross.
No. Ross Jeffries is just himself.
For the audience, please put your hands down for a second.
He's responsible for his own self.
Does anyone here find Ross's approach to women appealing?
I mean, none of them, of course.
Come on, they're not going. Number one, what we have here.
What? I didn't hear that. What?
One of them? For real?
She said we don't even find Ross appealing.
Oh.
What we have here.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude, lady.
That's what we have.
I think Ross is denying something very important here.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
Yes?
Falling through the audience. What are you screaming about? You just threatened me. Stand up here. Why did you threaten me to come over here with a microphone immediately? Stand up.
Okay, because first of all, I find this utterly preposterous. You know, you're sitting there and you're putting us down to a certain extent, and what you fail to realize, both of you, okay, is that without your mothers, you wouldn't be here.
Oh, God. I'm gonna Roblox myself. How can you say things that are bad against women when you have mothers? Oh, this one hurt. This one hurt. I'm moving on.
You have your turn. Hush. I'm not done. I am not done.
You've had your say for 25 years, and I'm not going to let you shout me down.
No, moving right along.
Say something about fathers.
Moving right along.
Think shit at the wall.
Fathers didn't have to carry you,
hate
for
your
9
father?
months. That's
Oh
not
my
the question. Moving right
Say
along.
something nice about
I
your
think
father.
that you're very. Excuse me. Oh, I must have hit a nerve. Is your
You
skirt
did.
too
You
tight?
said something very
Moving right
anti-man.
along. As I was
She hasn't said
saying to
shit,
you,
but
all right?
what she
I
said
think
was
that you're a very
anti-humanity.
bad individual. Let alone you're not even getting any people. Let's get real about it.
It's not hard to get pussy.
Just from listening to you, right? Wait a minute, hold up. Just from listening to you, baby sugar, I can tell that you are using the 5 fingers of death, okay? And you really need to get real with yourself and others.
Okay, let's take a bit of... let's pull back a bit. You're calling these men losers for being single and shaming them for masturbating. This is meant to be like, haha, I got you, look how strong I am, I'm, pushing down on you. If you look at what you're actually saying, you're kind of proving them right. You're shaming them for being single, you're shaming them for masturbating when... Again, should men be shamed for being single? No, that's toxic. That's toxic femininity, my friend. I expected these two boys to be really bad, and they're bad. The audience is... and the feminists, they're way worse.
I'm very sorry. I have to get to a commercial.
What a garbage year, 1992.
I have to say that I'm not sure if spelling it will qualify with the censors. I'll be interested to find out if spelling it makes a difference with the censors. We'll be back.
Faith Daniels.
Well, we are back, and you had something you wanted to say.
I have a question for Ross. How do you define a relationship?
You're not gonna
Because
spell,
all
are you?
it sounds like is that you define it as sex. If that's all you're looking for, get a prostitute and leave the rest of us alone. We don't
I don't disagree with her. His entire thing is about convincing women to have sex with him, with whoever uses techniques. So, what about an actual relationship, Ross? The floor is yours.
Hey, thank you. That's an intelligent question. Let me answer it.
Hey, I agree with Ross.
Doesn't matter whether you're looking for one steady relationship or a lot of women. Whichever one you want, you still have to use the attitudes I outline in my book to get it. If you're weak, if you're a wimp, if you're too happy to be there, if you want to wash her car and be her wimp, you're not going to get a lot of women. You're not going to get one woman. You won't have a steady relationship. You won't have one-night stands. It applies no matter what you're looking for.
Yeah, do anybody agree with that?
Yeah, so he really didn't answer that question. What should you be looking for in a relationship? Don't matter. Don't matter. You gotta use my techniques or else it doesn't work. But no. What's your outlook on relationships? Nope. Not answering.
But the men watching this know I'm telling the truth. I don't care. I really don't care what they think.
The men do know
So
each
you know
other.
what my fear is that the men watching this might believe you.
Well, they do believe me. I have fans all
Thankfully,
over the
they
country.
really don't. He's not popular.
Playboy magazine bills itself as entertainment for men, but I'm here to say that a lot of men do not.
Wow. Oh, I can't. Why are you talking about Playboy now? You You're trying to get a dunk on them by completely changing the subject. We can tell, you know. We can tell you prepared that. It's gonna fall flat. It can't not.
Absolutely not. For example, Faith, Playboy magazine bills itself as entertainment for men, but I'm here to say that a lot of men do not consider it entertaining. We don't think it's entertaining.
You actually led a boycott against Playboy on your campus.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies, I don't read Playboy. Throw flowers at me. Ah, the adulation.
When they came to shoot the what college girls in the East or whatever that is.
I legit thought this video was going to be all dunks on Ross Jeffries. And maybe some on the MRA guy.
Why do you want to deny male biology?
Oh, there it is. There's the dumb shit. You don't want to... Humans are very complex. Our nervous system is very complex. Reducing humans to some kind of fundamental biology is borderline misanthropist. Like, it's hate against humanity. Our abilities to understand things, to interact, to create significant relationships is so mind-bogglingly advanced. It's just bad biology, though.
Intellectual bankruptcy of feminism is they want to deny the reality of male human biology.
The point of feminism is to acknowledge the differences while reaching equality. At no point do feminists say that men aren't biologically different from women. No point.
The male human biology to become aroused looking at beautiful naked women. That is biology.
The fact that something is natural does not mean it is good. Hurricane Andrew was natural.
Yeah, he's right. Look, it's natural to be excited by a good-looking naked woman. It's also objectifying. And it can make you think of women more as sex object than as people. If it's done too often. So it's not about whether it's natural, it's whether it's harmful. And it's not that harmful. Looking at porn from time to time, it's totally fine.
But we don't want to say that it's good.
Male sexuality is good. This audience is having an orgy now. You're getting off on the man bashing. There's no hope. There's no
Again, is men's sexuality good? Yes. Are you the worst person to send out that message? Also, yes.
There's no hope. There's no hope. Can anybody say anything positive about men? Let's just one person say something positive.
Wait a minute. No, I see. I don't think. Hang on one second. I don't think that these women are all bashing all men. I think that they disagree with your
I mean,
points of view. Don't confuse it.
Let them say something positive about men.
I would say shitting on this panel of people.
Say something positive.
It's not positive.
Pick up their socks.
Good
Just say
choice.
Pick up their socks.
Pick up your socks, first of all. Second of all, the one in the middle who's in a dress. If you have such an attitude toward women and you feel how women are, why do you want so much to look like one?
Oh, this fucking audience.
Wait a second, Faith. Hold it. No, I was attacked. No, I want this woman to stand up. I want people to see what she's wearing.
Well, at least he's as bad as she is.
Sport coat, and an oversized sport coat and a pair of pants. Why are you dressing like a man?
This is not a man's jacket and pants.
Shame on
Are
you
you
for
shopping
attacking
in the
me.
women's
Shame on
department?
you.
Also, this is pretty neutral clothes. And yeah, like, how dare you judge me for what I'm wearing? How dare you judge me for what I'm wearing? How dare you judge me for what I'm wearing? Cool. More shit flinging.
For attacking me.
All right. Over here.
This is for Ross. You got a real nasty attitude towards women.
True.
And that's why you ain't got none.
let me
You
tell
don't
you.
know what they want. You don't know nothing about women. You need to talk to one from the heart.
Right.
And talk to him.
You know, if you're going to sugarcoat it and beat around the...
I'm pretty confident Ross Jeffries has never talked to the heart to another human. I truly believe that this man only thinks of himself.
Blood, how can we have a
Stop
discussion?
trying to figure him out because you can't figure him out. And you with a dress. How do you expect women to listen to you?
Let me respond to her.
And shame on you for wearing a dress. What are you doing? Ross, you are misogynistic, you are toxic, you are narcissistic. You cannot relate to other human beings and no one should listen to you. Mel, you're wearing a skirt, so you're also bad. What are you doing? Oh.
Let me
They
respond.
not talk about Playboy this and Playboy that. All y'all want is some sex. Y'all don't want no women. Y'all want sex.
Let me respond.
Again, you're reducing men to just wanting sex. Now I get Ross and Mel, well, mostly Ross, also reduce men to just wanting sex. Can you believe that men also want other things? Shocking, I know. Do you know that men have emotional needs too? Well, of course they do. Don't speak like they don't.
I'm sorry, I'm getting the commercial cue. We have to take a break. We'll come back, and I will let you respond when we come back.
Okay, respond please. Oh God.
Very little time left. Ross, you wanted to respond quickly?
Do not make the mistake of thinking that I enjoy having to behave this way. Simply, women have taught me that this is what they respond to.
Oh,
I used
what?
To be nice.
The
I used to be sweet.
victim.
I used to be sensitive. I used to listen. I dated my left hand when I did that. And now
Yeah, you can send the link. We'll look at it and then we're done for the day. I didn't ask to be a bad person. Women made me that way.
And now, you know, and I used to be more feminist than most feminists. I consider myself a recovering feminist now because now I see how women react.
If your version of feminism is the guy next to you, I understand why you're no longer feminist now.
This is what you do. It's disgusting.
Finally, men have oppressed women for too long, and
Ross says, women made me that way. And I'll say, fuck you, you're a dick. Mel says, feminists made me that way. And I'm like, maybe he's got a point. Yeah. That's a feminist?
it has got to stop, and that's what I'm here to say.
Shut the fuck up, man.
women run. Wait a minute.
God. I mean, I already hate Ross Jeffries, but this is a new kind of hate. Man. All right. Ah, pranks video. They're still happening. I mean, at least it's a pretty harmless joke. Like, everybody's in on the joke, so meh. The dogs need to go out, so let's pew a bit faster. I mean, bit redundant.
Oh.
Ooh, Quentin Tarantino, yes.
I'm so sorry, I did not know you guys were paying so much attention. It's embarrassing. Oh.
That's a pretty good end to this skit, like, you know, there's, oh no, I'm reading an embarrassing book, oh no. That's fun. Yeah, that's gonna be a college library. This guy's got a mood. Oh, that's a cute sticker. The two skeletons kissing. Wait, what's the cover of that book? Avoiding the perils and pitfalls of America's most dangerous sports. PhD DDS. Oh, what's these? The nasty volume. That's cool, there's effort to these. Oh, I would read this book.
Oh, it's very informative. Oh, chapter 3. Why women deserve less. It's about why women deserve lower pay in the workplace. It's a good read. Pretty education. You can borrow it. It's a good book.
Yeah, like, shitting on misogynists is one of the things me and my girlfriend like to do sometimes. But I'm more aware of what they're doing, so I educate her on misogyny, which is weird.
Oh, thanks. You gotta learn to cope somehow.
Yeah, it's for reading, so.
Actually, you know, that's not a bad icebreaker. Like, you're showing like you're fun and you're not afraid to make jokes about sex and genitals. You know, shows confidence. It's not a bad way to pick up chicks. It's not the best, but it's better than a pickup line. I'll say that much. What? 3 years? Oh, in a Zoom call.
Pro tip. Wear clown shoes.
Wear clown shoes?
Clown shoes in a small car, you know?
What?
Because, you know, big car, well, you know, the thing in your butt, you know, big cars associated with, you know, small penis.
Okay.
So therefore you go smaller cars, you know, you're not trying to show anything then. You know, the whole feet thing?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But then I would be lying to people.
You aren't telling them anything, you just have big feet in a small car.
Great to kill a joke. Force the other person to explain it. I like the misogynistic book better. Or How to Eat Ass. That's culture. That's classy right there. I mean, look how awkward this scene is. Like, look at me. That's the correct attitude. Yes. Hello.
Actually, can't really read. Can you tell me what that says?
Right there.
Yeah, this.
That's what the sign says. Yeah, that's you'll have to see the full time. Yeah, to make sure it's
Forgot my bag. Yeah. Actually filming a funny YouTube video. He's right there.
Yeah, no shit, you're filming. Yeah, they're aware.
It's like reading embarrassing books in the library. You guys are so awesome. It's cool if you use that for our video. All right, thanks. Have a good day. We're just doing a.
Yeah, they should. When making these pranks, they should go for the next level. Like, really commit to the bit, and not admit it was a prank for a while. Although that can be harmful.
YouTube video. He's filming.
Whatever.
Women deserve more, actually.
Yeah.
It's okay if we use that for our video?
I mean,
All
you
right,
can't read that book and look serious, so.
It's good knowledge, you know. You gotta
All
read
right.
up before you dive in.
So, that was a good time. No, it wasn't. I hated that feminist friend. But as such, we will end stream now. So take care, everyone, and until next time. Mm-hmm.